All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to hearing number 7 of the Independent Hearings Panel considering submissions on Variation 1. We have a schedule before us, and our first submitter is your section. But just before we turn to our submitters, Ms. Luz, you've tabled an updated memorandum for us this morning. We had a quick read through that, but can you just walk us through that just for our benefit and for the benefit of the submitters? And do the submitters have a copy of that document?
Joint witness statement for the planners.
No, so Ms. Luz just circulated by way of email an updated report from herself to us. Do you have hard copies of that for the submitters?
No, I don't, sir, but it will be online soon.
All right, could you, Emma, could you get Heather to print off hard copies, maybe 10 or so, and bring them over as soon as you can, so the submitters can have that same information. So yeah, just you obviously haven't seen what we're going to have presented to us, so you need to walk us through it. Why don't you just read it out loud in that case, so the submitters have the full benefit of your further information.
Thank you, sir. The purpose was to alert the panel to updates, and some of those stem from the joint witness statements that have been occurring. In relation to your section, I just wanted to confirm that I've read the rebuttal evidence of Ms. Seaton and that my position remains unchanged, which is to support the submission of your section to rezone land. I just wanted to note that Ms. Seaton had proposed a number of amendments to the development area narrative, which I'm generally in support of, but I consider that some minor redrafting is required to incorporate those amendments as per what I had set out in the Section 42 report, particularly in terms of where that text is included. And I also reiterate, as I had in my 42 report, that the ODP needs to be updated to reflect the drafting conventions of the PDP. Just a note for going forward. In relation to Brendine and Hughes, the second submitters this morning, I wanted to confirm that I'd read and considered the rebuttal evidence provided by the submitters, including the remaining 2 PSIs that were provided last night, and they have also been forwarded to the hearings administrator for inclusion on the website. I understand Mr. Brown's covering those off in his presentation. On the basis of the evidence provided and as per the joint witness statement that has been circulated, I confirm that I now recommend the submissions of both submitters be accepted for similar reasons to that of your section and Applefields, in that they achieve the urban growth provisions of the PDP. The rezoning is exempt from the MPS HPL as the land has been identified as a future urban development. That the rezoning would enable the growth of the Rolleston township in the manner with the Rolleston structure plan. And it's been demonstrated that the area can be serviced and the effects of transport can be managed. I just wanted to clarify that I recommend for the panel that a number of amendment instructions consistent with your section in Applefields, namely amending the planning maps to rezone the sites from general rural to medium density residential zone, removing the urban growth and rural density overlays over the identified sites, incorporating a new development area, including an ODP and narrative as set out in the planning joint witness statement for Brendine and Hughes, and also to make provision in subrec 13 to apply to that proposed development area. I also note that consequential amendments are required to Appendix 1 of my 42A report in relation to my amended recommendation. In relation to Applefields, I wanted to confirm that I had read and considered the rebuttal evidence of Mr. Thompson and that my position in my 42 remains unchanged, that is to recommend that the rezoning be accepted. In response to my recommendation that the development area narrative be amended to address the potential effects for reverse sensitivity from the neighbouring existing intensive primary production operation to the south of the site, Mr. Thompson proposed an alternative wording along with an amendment to GRUS-Rec 10. I wanted to confirm that I did not consider it was necessary to amend GRUS-Rec 10, and as that provision is only relevant to activities within the GRUS zone, the general rural zone. In Mr. Thompson's supplementary evidence, he also no longer considers that that's necessary, and he's proposed amended wording to be included in the development area narrative. And I just wanted to indicate that I'm generally supportive of the wording, except I don't support including the final line of the text while minimising the effects on residential subdivision yield I consider that that wording could be interpreted as implying that a reduced subdivision yield due to the need to address potential reverse sensitivity effects could be used as a basis for not addressing or appropriately addressing those reverse sensitivity effects. And as such, I recommend that the wording of the narrative be accepted in part only, minus that last phrase. For clarity, in relation to 4 stars and Gould's submissions, I've read and considered the rebuttal evidence provided by the submitters. For clarification, I wanted to record that only the submission of Gould, B.01 was considered in my 42A report for this hearing. This submission requested that the balance of the land included in the urban growth overlay on the western side of Rolleston be rezoned from GRUS to MRZ. This submission was not supported by any substantive evidence, and this remains the case following publication of my 42A. As such, my position in the Rolleston rezone 42A remains unchanged in relation to this submission. The submission of 4 stars and Gould was addressed in the residential section 42A, the hearing of which was earlier this month, as it relates to land proposed to be rezoned by council through variation 1. 4 stars and Gould supported the proposed rezoning of that land, that part of the site that was not affected by the air noise contour, and the residential 42A recommended that this submission point be accepted. However, the submitter also requested that development area Rolleston 12, DEV-RO12, be amended to include land that is subject to the current 50 LDB airport noise contour. As this development area was included in variation 1, the submission point was also addressed in the residential 42A at paragraph 12.31. While I acknowledge that perhaps this hearing may have been a better location to consider the merits of the rezoning the submitter's land that is underneath the airport or the air noise contour, I was also the author of the 42A report for the residential hearing, and my position remains unchanged in relation to the rezoning of the land under the air noise contour to MRZ for the same reasons set out in the residential 42A report.
Thank you. I don't think you need to read out the text relating to foodstuffs because they're appearing tomorrow. But Emma, can you just ensure that Council for Foodstuffs gets a copy of Ms. Lou's addendum report? Right, I'll just see if we have questions for you before we hear from our submitters this morning. So Raymond, any questions for Ms. Lou's from either the joint witness statements or her presentation this morning?
No, no questions from me.
Lindsay?
Yeah, just one in relation to your comments about your section. We've got some problems with the wording. Well, can you describe precisely what that problem is?
My problems is not so much with the wording as is where the text has been located. So there's reference under land use to not substantial entry statements. In my recommendations, I had thought that was a better fit for access and transport, and there was a couple of other provisions related or phrases that have been moved around, and so it was just a putting them where they sit better in the ODP narrative.
Okay, and you've been having discussions with Seaton anyway, and are you close to alignment? Ms. Seaton will be able to comment on that as well, but what's your view on that?
I believe we are. It's only a structural.
It's purely structural.
Purely structural. No, the intent has not changed. I support what has been written. I just, from a structural point of view, would like to see it realigned to how it's written, taking into account the variations that she has proposed, which I'm supportive of, but seeing it reframed as how it was set out in the recommendations in the 42A report.
Okay, thank you.
So just following on from that, and Ms. Seaton, you can answer when we hear from you shortly, but in terms of Ms. Seaton's version of the ODP, the latest version I have was attached to her 5 May evidence. And so are you saying that your version in the 42A report captures all of those changes or not?
No, sir, it doesn't. The changes that Ms. Seaton has identified, I support, but what she's attached in the 5th of May is a framework that isn't consistent with the structure of the PDP.
Right. So we've yet to have ODP narrative wording that captures Ms. Seaton's amendments but puts it in the format that you had in your 42A report, is that right?
That's correct.
Right. Now I've just got two more questions for you. I'll give you the easy one first. So in terms of the development areas that are now proposed by the council, including those proposed in variation 1 for Rolleston, are we up to number 14?
We are, yes, 15, I think, sir. My PDP is not working. The new ones I proposed, I've certainly used alphabets rather than numbers.
So looking at the online map for the PDP with variation 1 changes included, I could only see 14, which was the Gould land, you know, where 50 dBA noise contour comes in. I think that was number 14. Where's 15 then? Maybe you can look at the map during the day and come back to us.
Yes.
So it's either 14 or 15 we're up to anyway.
That's correct.
Okay, well, if you can let me know where 15 is, otherwise I'll stick with 14. Just want to ask you about the version of sub REQ 13 that's attached to the, I think the last joint witness statement that came through. And as you're aware, at last week's hearing for the subdivision provisions, we discussed the implications of the Enabling Housing and Supply Act, and particularly the clauses 3 and 8 in the schedule, one of the schedules that's inserted into the RMA by that act. If we were to come to the conclusion that subdivision within the MRZ must always be a controlled activity, I don't see how the wording of sub REQ 13 fits with that legal requirement, because you have it as a restricted discretionary activity if these roundabouts and intersections and things aren't provided for. How does that gel with the legislative requirement for it to always be a controlled activity?
The provision starts as controlled. If those intersections are operational, then the activity is controlled. It's where they aren't that they flip into a restricted discretionary. And my understanding is that those matters can be considered.
So which part of schedule, is it 3A? Yeah, which part of schedule 3A is inserted by the Enabling Housing and Supply Act gives us a legislative mandate to bounce out of control into RDS within the MRZ for subdivision?
Well, my understanding, Sarah, is that these aren't density standards. The density standards only relate to built form. These are more related to the provision of infrastructure, which is not what's covered by the density standards. Schedule 3A says there shall be no other density standards. Clause 2 says no other density standards, but clause 3 relates to subdivision being a controlled.
Yeah, that's the point of my question.
Yeah. So my argument would be that to enable this land to be used for residential purposes, to be able to facilitate medium density residential housing, it needs to be infrastructure ready. And in order to do so, the advice of the transport experts, is that those intersections need to be operational. So that therefore is the basis of the support of my support for the rezoning. That is written as a controlled activity if they are operational. If they are not operational, scope is provided for the rezoning for subdivision to occur, but as a restricted discretionary activity.
I understand that. I'm just wondering clause in Schedule 3A enables you to jump out of control.
Can I discuss that with the subdivision author and come back to you on that, Sue? Because it's something that I'm aware that we have imposed or recommended to be imposed on a number of different development areas.
Yeah.
And I'm aware that the author for the subdivision 42A has attempted to rewrite that chapter.
Yes, that's right. And we've yet to consider that as a panel because Ms. Carruthers came back with a very large suite of recommended amendments to give effect to the legislative requirement for it to be a controlled activity. All right, so we'll just park that for now, but be interested to hear from the submitters, planning witnesses on that issue. And it relates to the requirements in Schedule 3A of the RMAs inserted by the Enabling Housing and Supply Act regarding subdivision needing to be a controlled activity in the MRZ and not some other consent category. All right, so that's all I had. Thank you very much for providing the update, and we'll get copies to submitters as soon as we can. So that brings us to our first submitter this morning, which is your section.
Good morning. My name's Amanda Dior. I'm counsel for your section limited. Behind me, I've got Hamish Whelans and Kerry Watson from the company who are here to answer any questions that you might have of them. And obviously you'll know that Hamish Whelans has provided a brief of evidence. Kim Seaton, as you know, and Andrew Metherell. So we're in your hands, obviously, as to you'll be, this show's been running for a while as to how you want us to proceed.
Yeah, there's been a lot of information, material circulated, which we've read, and again, just some further information this morning. Are you happy if we just see if we have questions, either yourself or either of your witnesses, or do you want them to present?
Obviously, Kim has obviously got to respond to the questions that you've asked of the council's planning witness, and obviously the joint witness statement for the planners has been quite late in the piece for all of us. So there is an element of sort of catching up with that and then in responding to your questions. I'll just check with Mr. Whelans. Was there anything that you wanted to say? No, it's all good. Thank you.
Okay, and does Ms. Seaton or Mr. Wetherell want to say anything by way of key points, or shall we just go to questions?
If you want to just go by questions, and then probably following that, I've just got some follow-up legal submissions based on what everyone has been saying about this suggested rule and where it fits into the amendment act.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's just take the package of evidence as a whole, and we'll see if we have questions and the appropriate witness can answer them. So Rangland.
So I have a question or questions for Mr. Metherell, if that's okay. I'm looking at the ODP submitted with Ms. Seaton's evidence, and it's the revised, it's the one that's the five roads are evenly spread out. So first of all, looking at the secondary road that meets Lincoln Rolleston Road, what is the interface treatment for that intersection?
So I'd expect the secondary road would just be a standard priority controlled intersection. So it would be a T intersection, most likely, so it wouldn't be opposite an intersection on the other side of Lincoln Rolleston Road. And so it would usually just be controlled with either a give way sign or a stop sign, and it would be a sort of a slightly narrower intersection. So it's sort of not encouraging the movements for sort of through traffic, would just be for accessing the local residential areas.
And which road runs into Ed Hillary Drive? I'm just trying to get my bearings. So
sure. So it's the one that's at the northern end.
At the northern end.
Yeah, and so that was forms part of what's been, I guess, planned as a collector road since the mid-2000s, or as part of the Christchurch Rolleston Environs Transport Study. So that had that road connecting through to Whedon's Road from way back then to basically support the transport network up into the early 2020s as it was planned at the time. And so that's sort of been largely either developed or provided for to the west. So I think understand that it's almost complete to the west once subdivision occurs within areas that have been approved by plan changes.
And where is the single cross boundary connection that links into the 0025 ODP? Or no, Applefields ODP.
So that would be the one right at the southern end, and there's one crossing across that southern boundary, is my understanding.
Has an assessment been undertaken that assesses the cumulative effects of combining intensive residential, roading and infrastructure construction activity on the receiving environment?
Within this particular area or for Rolleston as a whole?
Just generally,
Well,
has any assessment been done that looks at the cumulative effects of combining all those construction activities at the same time?
Not of construction, but it would normally be dealt with sort of through subdivision consent processes. And so I guess from a traffic generation perspective, what you'll find is that during construction, it's a different type of traffic, but it will be a lesser amount of traffic than would exist at the end of subdivision once houses are occupied. So it's a smaller volume of traffic, but it's more likely to be, for example, heavy vehicles and, you know, I guess vehicles coming in at the start of the day and leaving at the end of the day, which is a little bit opposite of normal residential activity, which is a bit more leaving at the start of the day. So it's sort of, I guess it's usually something that's addressed through subdivision consents in terms of impacts on the frontage road network and access to a site in particular.
Okay, no, that's it from me, thank you.
I'll just put a couple of questions to Mr. Metherell on in terms of Ms. Seaton, want her sort of responding to what's been said by Ms. Lewis before I ask any questions. But you've obviously been involved in Rolleston for a considerable period of time and looked at the growth of it and looked at various different traffic impacts. It appears that some deep thinking has actually gone in before in terms of networks and where they go to and all of those sorts of things. So in terms of the overall transportation patterns, it has been relatively well thought out, with the key provisions being there needs to be capacity upgrades at certain intersections. And it's all about a matter of when is the trigger for when those capacity upgrades actually are required. There's been an attempt through the joint witness statement to actually define and get some definition around that, with mostly agreement between the transportation experts. But could you really just comment on this whole issue of trigger mechanisms, looking at other scenarios where there are certain things which are required in the future and it comes to a point where they're going to be required. And in your view, with a planning mechanism, the proposal to put in subdivision requirement 13 may have some issues about being controlled activity. Is there another way in terms of the transportation provisions to look at those particular matters which will require or formulate what the trigger mechanisms are? Because an ITA is going to be required anyway because of the scale of the development. So have you got a comment on any of that?
Yeah, look, the ITA will be triggered by a certain level of development, and the rule, I don't think there's been a decision from the hearings panel on what the final form of that rule will be, and to, I guess, to the extent what the base level of development that. So if you're doing creeping development, whether it takes that into account or not. But the ITA, if you're particularly in the full ITA, my understanding of the assessment matters that have been proposed by council was that you have to consider cumulative effects. You have to consider the impacts on the transport network, and it's not defined as being immediately adjacent. I think it might have words a little bit like in the vicinity or something. And so in my experience, that would pick up the key issues that rule's been framed around, providing, I guess, a bit of a reasonableness as to how far you go, rather than trying to cover every intersection in Rolleston, for example. So, yeah, that is something that can be considered. I know that the joint witness statement says Mr. Collins disagrees that you necessarily have the ability to consider all the effects that you might want to. I disagree with that, largely because when you're looking at the wider network, we're dealing with the intersections that have been highlighted. They are arterial intersections. They have been planned for a long time, and each of these developments, I think, contributes a pretty small amount of traffic to them. So they're already well planned into the long-term plan as well. So I think there's, there is other mechanisms there for council to consider effects on those intersections if at that time of ITA, the effects look like it's actually going to be of any significance, or there's an intersection is clearly not performing.
So it's really kicking the can down the road to a future time, is it? In terms of when this will be?
Not necessarily, because I think at this point you've already got intersections that are planned to be upgraded, and they have got a time frame around them. So within my evidence, I have set out the likelihood of that being a reasonable time frame to accommodate traffic from these development, or from your section development in particular. And so I saw that there was, if those timeframes remain, then that's got a relatively low risk of any effects. I've done some analysis and shown that even if at that point in time the performance of those intersections isn't significantly deteriorated, it's at the point where changes could be, and traffic could be starting to have an effect, but it's not like it's as bad as a lot of other intersections that you'd expect in a performing in an urban environment. So the council still got an ability to manage the timing through their long-term plan process.
So if the long-term plan process says, well, we've got no money in the coffers, and we're going to have to push these out for a much longer period, you're saying in the interim that the transport performance can be managed. It's not ideal, but it can be managed. It's not going to be hugely disastrous if there is a reasonably significant amount of new development which occurs on your section land.
Yeah, well, clearly, I mean, the preference would be an intersection is done at the sort of time frame that they propose. I guess it just made the point that they were planned in the last long-term plan, which was 3 years ago. There's been quite a bit of development, at least zoned, and some of that's been brought forward through subdivision in the last few years as well. So if anything, I guess I'd see that the timing will still be around about that. The funding is a matter, but each of these intersections also have a development contribution percentage applied to them in the long-term plan. So if there's less development happening, then perhaps they'll get pushed out further. But if you've got no development actually planned until that happens, then it creates a few issues as well, because then they have to bring forward their funding and claim that money back later as well, I suppose.
So you don't foresee any particular problem with the fact that the council council has promoted this through the LTP, and obviously it's a separate piece of legislation. So with an RMA mechanism in place, it won't drive the council to do something to the LTP it might not want to for other reasons.
Well, I guess if a subdivision, or if all these subdivisions are approved in this area, then it will make this area a bit more of a focus for those intersections. Whether that, I guess the question will be whether that takes pressure off somewhere else because people are moving into this area and that they have to reprioritize. Yeah, it's, I guess, the way that I've described in my evidence is that you could develop whether all that risk sits with council, and I've sort of discussed what that risk might be, or the alternative is that you place more risk on the developers and they potentially have to wait 4 or 5 or more years before they have that certainty. So,
or the developer says, well, goes and has a conversation with the council in terms of advancing improvements.
yeah, I guess that's a bit more challenging when a intersection sort of remote from the site, and they might not, some of these will probably require third-party land. And so normally, and of a pretty significant scale, I mean, there's 1 or 2 intersections here, which the value is placed at, I think, more than $4 million. So they're not small intersection upgrades, they're upgrades to support movement in and out of Rolleston rather than in and out of a particular subdivision.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just following up on that, I just want to understand what your position is. So I'm looking at the joint witness statement that has the 2 versions of sub REQ 13 in it. And it seems that submit it yourself, I guess yourself representing your section, and the council staff agree that the intersection at Selwyn Road and Lincoln Rolleston Road to form a roundabout needs to happen before development in the your section area can proceed. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's seen as a trigger was rather than it has to, so it's a trigger for further assessment basically. And I think with the transport joint witness statement, it was agreed that if a rule was required that to address any uncertainty, you're looking at providing a rule that isn't directive that an intersection must be in place. It was more that if it's not in place, then it's a trigger for further assessment of the effects and mitigation that's available.
What does that mean?
What,
I mean,
sorry.
if the intersection's not upgraded, how else are you going to mitigate the traffic effect?
So within my evidence, I've explained that there might be let's say, for example, the long-term plan has shifted the timing of the intersection. It might have shifted it by 2 years, for example, but in the intervening time, perhaps the traffic growth hasn't been as significant as expected. Then that gives you an opportunity to at least assess whether the effects that the council is potentially concerned about actually exist. And then there's other measures. If it's a safety concern, for example, then it might be a speed reduction, because at the moment that intersection or some of those intersections operate in an 80 km/h speed environment. So some speed changes could occur at the Lincoln Selwyn intersection. There's Lincoln Rolleston Road Selwyn intersection. There's quite a bias towards traffic going along Selwyn Road and turning. There might be some alternative mechanisms that could be put in there in terms of managing priorities or that turning traffic. So I think there's other measures that could be considered, and the roundabout, as I've set out in my evidence, is something that's been put forward as a intersection form that will accommodate the long-term growth of Rolleston, pretty much full development of Rolleston. In the intervening time, the traffic volumes that we've got out there at the moment are probably about half of that, and they've only changed by, I think I said in my evidence, maybe 20% in the last 6 or 7 years since I last counted some of those intersections. So the modelling that's been done that set out the need for these roundabouts is very much a long-term focus. The council's put in their best estimate of when they think it's needed for the long-term plan, but there may be other ways of dealing with it in an intervening time period.
With those mitigations you discussed could not occur, they can't be implemented by the developer. They rely on the council to do things. So how does that work? I mean, any such requirements that we might consider appropriate would need to be ones that the developer could implement. Developer can't change speed limits or priorities.
Well, and this is what my slight concern with the rule is that, you're talking about something that's well outside the developer's control, particularly when it's a long way from a site.
So I'm still not understanding how that would work. All right, we'll have to think about that some more. So the two intersections that the experts seem to be apart on, which if you've got that, have you got the JWS with the version of sub-REQ 13 in front of you?
Yes.
Yeah, so B and C seem to be in contention. Is what you were saying earlier, that the ITA process can deal with that in terms of whether any improvements are required? Or what were you saying?
Certainly. So through the ITA process, I wouldn't expect probably an ITA would be looking at the Lowe's Road, Levi Drive, Macefield intersection. I just feel that it's a long way away. The purpose of that intersection is to address the change in traffic patterns that have resulted from the Southern Motorway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also planned within the next 1 or 2 years. So, the easy out would be, well, let's just put it in because it's only planned for 1 or 2 years away. But I kind of been consistent with my overall thinking. I didn't think it was appropriate that one was in. But the Selwyn Road, Whedon's Road intersection, I think if you're loading traffic onto Whedon's Road, I think that an ITA would probably, likely, if it's for a significant development, would likely need to consider that intersection. The Selwyn Road, Lincoln, Rolleston Road intersection is the intersection which is near these sites, and it's already got pretty high volumes turning there. As I've set out, it's not really a big issue in terms of delays at the moment or even necessary road safety, but that might change a bit more over time, and I'd probably expect an ITA might need to consider that.
So in terms of the triggers for ITAs, what we've had recommended to us for them, MRZ is a full ITA at 150 units, not sites, and a basic ITA at 60 units. Would a full ITA be required here, do you think, in terms of the discussion you just had?
Well, I mean, the trigger will determine that, would be my understanding.
But would a basic ITA do the job or not?
A basic ITA, I think you'll find that it's a bit more focused on access connections to the arterial road network.
So we'd really want a full ITA to be triggered. And with the 150 units trigger, that would be specific to each development area, would it? So it wouldn't be would that deal with cumulative effects if all of these developments start going ahead?
It is a site basis. I guess, the submitter I'm providing evidence for has control of all of that block of land at least. So I guess that might be considered the site. It's probably a bit of a technical detail as to what the final rule framework comes out as to how that would trigger.
And I can't remember how many units would be your section rezoning proposal.
I think it was about 360 or 300.
Okay. So that's units, not sites. So under MRZ, what do we times that by 3? Potentially looking at worst case. All right, okay. So
you. So there were two matters, if I'm correct, that Ms. Lewis mentioned that's probably worth responding to. So the first is in respect of the ODP narrative. I must confess, slightly unclear what I haven't done that I should have done to make them consistent, but if it's just a structural issue and not a wording issue, I don't see any problem at all with aligning the two positions. That should be straightforward to do.
All right, so just in terms of that, could we give you the job of coming back to us with some wording that if there's agreement on content, but it's just a matter of format, can you and Ms. Lewis put your heads together and can you take charge of that wording so we know it'll happen quickly because it's in your interest to do that, and then provide that to our hearings administrator? So that's the narrative. What about the map?
My understanding is, so in terms of your section ODP, I'm not aware that there's any changes needed to the map. It aligns with Apple Fields to the south. I don't think the Hughes development provided an ODP. The Brendine group to the north did. We didn't seek to check specifically the alignment with that ODP. It was recommended for decline at the point that we were finalising our ODP. I think there is, if I'm remembering correctly, there may be, for example, one.
You speak a bit louder.
Sorry, there may be one pedestrian connection to the north needed in Brendine to connect through.
All right, well, same thing.
Yeah,
Can you
that,
liaise with
yeah.
Ms. Lewis, and then can you take the job of providing us with a final map, ODP map?
So I would say the your section ODP map is finalised. If there's
we
any
can
amendments needed, it'll be to the north.
Okay, so not within the your section.
No.
Okay. So Ms. Lewis, is that your understanding too? Is the map all right?
The notations on the map are correct from my perspective. What I was meaning was aligning with the PDP drafting protocol, which is we underlay an aerial photograph and then we have a standard array of notations and a legend. So where we've received ODPs through the rezone process, making those consistent with the drafting protocols of the PDP was all I was intending in that regard.
So is that something council would do, or would we need the submitter to do?
The council has taken the approach of drafting all the ODPs,
Maps, okay.
all the maps, and it stems from the fact that in the ODP, in the operative district plan, we have a variety, and we were trying to get standardized with this new document. So we would take that on board and just align with that protocol.
So just to be crystal clear, so do you need any further mapping information from this submitter to enable you to put the ODP map into the correct format should we find in favour of the submission?
No, we would be merely replicating what
just
we've got.
they would know. That's good. All right, so the map's fine, and you can come back to us with the narrative.
I will do. Thank
All
you.
right. And was there anything else you wanted?
Just addressing the other question you had about Schedule 3A, which is an interesting question. Just looking at the proposed district plan is down at the moment, unfortunately. So I wanted to double check how the cascade of activity status has worked in the subdivision chapter. But as I understand it, I can't see anything specific in Schedule 3A that states that if there's non-compliances that you can then cascade to a different activity status. Equally, I can see in the subdivision chapter that we have at the moment, there are multiple sub-requirements that if they don't meet, it cascades into something else, which from a purely planning perspective is entirely logical, because otherwise you've potentially got a subdivision that that isn't the right size, that isn't even serviced, that must proceed as a controlled activity. That doesn't make a great deal of sense to me. But
so just might interject there. We had a lot of discussion about this at the variation 1 subdivision hearing last week, I think it was. And the officers have come back to us with some options. It's not necessarily the case that the legislation is sensible, but the legislation is what it is. So So Ms. Dewa, I was just wondering, I'd invite you, because this is a matter of legal interpretation. And as you know, our decisions are only subject to legal challenge, and the merits can't be challenged unless the council doesn't accept our recommendations. So this is a matter that we're quite keen to get correct. So I invite you to come, if you're willing to, provide us with legal submissions addressing the issue of activity status for subdivision in the MRZ, and looking at clauses 3, 7 and 8 of Schedule 3A, whether it must always be controlled or whether there's an ability, and under what circumstances that ability is for it to default to something else.
Do you want those either voce today or in writing later?
Writing later, because it's quite tricky, so you'll need to think about it, and you might, there's
That
other.
makes my job easier because I've been thinking about what I was going to say to you now. I don't need to do that now.
No, don't do it now, have a think about it. And we heard from various counsel on this matter last week, so you'll be able to see who they were, and you might be able to, if you want to, you can discuss the issue with them, but up to you.
Thank you.
And that's relevant, obviously, for our last week's panel's deliberations, but also with this version of REQ 13 in front of us, this panel, that's something we'll need to come to a finding on as well. So it's relevant there. Is there anything else from you before we see if we have questions?
I think go to your questions.
Okay.
So,
Ray, any further questions from Ms. Seaton?
No, none from me, thanks.
Yeah, just one, just trying to sort of navigate a path through what the chair's been alluding to in terms of the Enabling Act and what it does. Do you think that there is any utility in potentially putting something akin to the intent of REQ 13 in the transport provisions? Because it relates to land use, but you know, the traffic generation relates to land use as opposed to being as a result of subdivision.
I'm more inclined to say that you could stick with the high traffic generator rule as probably your closest equivalent of what would give you a leg in to consider those matters. The conversation you've just been having with Mr. Metherell, the only issue with the high traffic generator rule I see is a little bit of uncertainty about, well, firstly, how far out, exactly what Mr. Metherell was discussing, intersections can be considered. And probably more to the point, whether and the extent to which cumulative effects get pulled into those considerations, particularly if you've got developers, for example, staging. If you're staging, you know, 50 units a time, for example, at what point do those considerations come into play?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, no further questions. Yep.
Joint witness statements. I wonder what it might be easier for me to actually put those in writing. I'm sure I can wind them into the question that you've asked me when I look at my notes.
Sure.
So I'll do it in writing, which will be more convenient for you, no doubt, as well.
Yeah. And of course, I mean, without prejudging what you might write, if there is legal avenue for subdivision applications to bounce out of control in the MRZ into a harsher discretion, into a harsher category, that would be wonderful. But if not, then we need to stick with the law.
That's right. And even if there is the option, and you can see when you start to sort of digest the related provisions portion of the section of the Act, that might give an ability to eke in there, but it doesn't necessarily make it right. Because of course all that does is then that stems back to it has to be in order to meet the NDRS.
Yeah.
And so it can be quite circular, as you're no doubt aware, and it is an ugly piece of legislation, and that's probably putting it mildly. But bearing in mind that everything leads back to Rome, i.e. rapid acceleration of housing, reducing planning restrictions. So ultimately, any test for these rules, in particular this transport rule or subdivision rule, is it the right thing to do in the context? Does, should a residential development that fits everything that the Act wants to do be stymied because there might be a 2-minute delay from a traffic perspective? And to me, I think that's that ultimate question is going to perhaps be just as important as the legal one.
All right, thank you. So yeah, look forward to that further information from you, and you may as well attach Ms. Seaton's ODP narrative to whatever submissions you file, so it just comes in as one lot.
In a time frame, just to keep me honest.
Why don't you suggest one and I'll respond?
2 weeks. 2 weeks, is that all right? A week? I'll go for a week.
Why don't you aim for a week and but not exceed 2 weeks? How's that?
Okay, between 1 and 2, that's excellent, thank you.
Right, thanks very much. Microphone off. Next submitters, Brendian Drive rezoning and Hughes Developments. So, Mr. Cleary, if you'd like a couple of minutes to read Ms. Lou's addendum, why don't you just have a read of that since it's just been handed out, and then just let us know when you're ready to go.
Thank you.
There's no rush.
And obviously, Mr. Chair, I'm interested in the question that you've asked my friend, Ms. Stewart, to provide an opinion on.
Yeah.
I suspect the answer may be in section 80E, which is the related provisions subsection, which are, you can have related provisions that support or are consequential on the MDRS, and that includes, but not limited to, for example, district-wide matters and infrastructure provision.
Yeah, we've thought about that. The trouble with clause 8, it starts with the words about limiting clause 7.
Yes, indeed.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm sort of mindful as well that, so the definition of plan enabled capacity in the NPSUD sort of talks about where the infrastructure is either available or is planned for in sort of council documents. So that quite clearly the NPSUD doesn't require the upgrades to be undertaken before development can proceed. I mean, I guess they have to tie in with each other. So in terms of our presentation today, Mr. Brown has a summary, and I suggest if you have any questions of Mr. Carr, we can start with Mr. Carr. I don't have any sort of further submissions to make, but the thought arose in my mind that if the panel is asking questions about, is interested in that issue about defaulting to restricted discretionary activity status on the basis of infrastructure related provisions, then the same thought may well apply, or the same consideration may well apply to actually minimum density requirements, including, for example, the 15 households per hectare, which is quite clearly a density standard beyond those set out in Schedule 3 of the Act. And so the question must arise in my mind as to the lawfulness or otherwise of that particular density standard that's been sought. Well, I understand through submission that the Christchurch City Council is not supported by sort of legal submissions or evidence, but the Christchurch City Council has thought that a minimum density requirement of 15 households per hectare apply across the old land that is to be rezoned. And now that's quite clearly is an additional density standard or density requirement above and beyond that set out in Schedule 3 of the Act. And it's just, as I said, in my mind, sort of a question must arise as to the actually lawfulness of that density standard.
Why is that? If it imposes a more denser requirement, that's okay, isn't it? It can't be more lenient than the Act requires, but it can be harsher, can't it?
Sorry, I didn't quite.
So if you're saying the 15 household per hectare is contrary to the provisions of the Enabling Housing and Supply Act, my understanding is the council can impose stricter density conditions or standards, but it can't impose or shouldn't impose more lenient ones. So if this is a stricter one, that's okay, isn't it? Under the law?
Sorry, yeah, they can impose more lenient standard. Sorry. I think we might be talking past each other here. Sorry.
Okay, never mind.
Yep. I say in terms of our client, as Mr. Brown has said in his evidence, they don't have any particular issue. The clients will say they would accept 15 households per hectare.
Right.
But Mr. Brown's professional opinion is that a different density standard is more appropriate.
All right, so should we hear from, who should we hear from first?
If you have any questions of Mr. Carr, I suggest we start with him.
Mr. Carr, did you want to say anything by way of summary?
Not really.
David, questions for Mr. Carr?
No, I don't have any, thank you.
Lindsay?
I just wondered whether you've got any additional comments on what Mr. Metherall was telling us before. Considering this particular site joins it and is very much part of that eastern Rolleston area.
Yeah, and my answer actually covers part of one of the questions that Commissioner Solomon asked as well about cumulative effect. Sitting at the back and hearing what was going on, particularly about controlled activity, the first thing that came to mind is the PDP high trip generator rule flicks everything into restricted discretionary. So if you were to find that it was a controlled activity, there would probably be consequential changes to the high trip generator rule. The second thing, of course, is that the provision of an ITA could well stem from that as a controlled activity, because of course, as we all know, you have to apply for a consent, but there couldn't be a condition of consent that served to stymie the ability to develop under that consent. And I was thinking about whether, if in the case of a intersection between two arterials where a development has a fairly minor effect, whether it would be appropriate to have a condition on that subdivision that required the upgrading of the intersection, even though the development itself was a minor effect on a otherwise heavily trafficked intersection that was unrelated. Followed by thinking about, well, that if that required a third party land, then that would actually would be frustrating the ability to give effect to that consent. So with that, I think the only realistic way forwards from a transportation perspective is to rely heavily upon the council's signal and the long-term plan. I know from having pretended to be the council officer for the Pack and Save application, which affected the Lowes Road, Macefield Road intersection, council's approach is that until it's actually formally funded, the LTP has limited weight. But in a context where development is controlled and requires third-party land, and there's a requirement not to put in place an ability to frustrate the consent, I can't see as how there's any other way forwards other than to either rely upon the LTP or to expect the developer to fund small-scale improvements that within a couple of years the council comes along, rips out and puts in a bigger improvement scheme. That doesn't seem an efficient use of resources to me. So I don't, there's no bright and shining path that leads me to a conclusion, unfortunately, other than that it is going to be difficult, I think, to recognise that there are certain intersections within Rolleston that are approaching capacity or are forecast to be approaching capacity. But it seems as though the usual tool of restricted discretionary activity isn't available to us to manage that outcome. Which goes to the cumulative effect matter, is the council has a micro simulation model which looks at the whole of Rolleston and all of development areas. As I understand it, it's being updated for the medium density standard at the moment, but it isn't yet finished. The outcome of that is it enables the council to take a holistic view of all of the intersections that could be affected, and that will then pick up any cumulative effect. And there are cumulative effects that arise potentially that haven't been identified so far. And the one that I've, potentially the most obvious one is the east-west link, which passes partly through the Brendine site and partly through the Your Section site. If Brendine did not develop that link, then that would not be available to people who are living in Your Section to get to Whedon's Road. And equally, if Your Section didn't develop but Brendine did, then it would affect the ability of people in Brendine to get to Lincoln Rolleston Road. Whereas if you develop the two together, there's a good east-west link there for people to use in both sections, both of the sites. So that's one of the sort of smaller cumulative effects that hasn't been identified at the moment. So the modelling will come through and identify those effects. Council does have the ability to purchase land. There are landowners that are willing to enter into developer agreements, I'm sure, to facilitate their development, but I don't think there's an easy way forward to make contingent the intersection upgrade in some sort of trigger mechanism.
Just for my benefit, you talk about the third-party land, which is going to be required, and presumably that's to do the major intersection, Lincoln Rolleston, Selwyn Road intersection, third-party land. You're talking about other third-party land as well?
Well, we don't have the scheme designs for what the council intends, but most of the roads have a 20-metre wide legal width, but a roundabout would be bigger than that. So in those locations where a roundabout could be contemplated, you would need to be using land that falls outside of the legal corridors at the moment. Signalisation would fit within the legal corridors, but that then has its own implications in terms of forcing traffic to stop even if there's nothing approaching. But it does give you additional traffic management measures that you could start to open up capacity on some routes otherwise.
So the LTP provision being out a few years, there's a lot of work to actually get it done, particularly if there's purchasing land required. You've got to get design, you've got to get it modelled, you've got to do all those good things you've got to do before you put in actually $4 million.
Yeah.
Intersection improvement. So there's not a large amount of certainty in terms of what design configuration and how much land is required.
There are,
From your understanding, it would probably be better to be put to a council witness, but what is your understanding of that?
my understanding is that there are indicative designs available. But I'm not sure of the council's resourcing to move on. You're right in terms of if third-party land is required and then there isn't a willing seller, then there is a process to go through and that will spin out. I'm not aware that that is the case, but equally, I just have no information in that regard.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I understand that, but often, having been involved in roading projects before, there is a considerable lead in time to actually, from saying yes, it's a good idea to do, and actually getting something on the ground. And the bigger the scale, the longer it generally takes as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
No further questions from me here, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you've got a summary. haven't you?
Yes, I have, sir. I'm happy to read it. If you've had the opportunity to read it yourself, I can just take questions.
Oh, look, maybe if you read it out, because we've just had a few things being fired through this morning. So,
Yeah.
so this is just make sure I'm looking at the right one. So this is your summary dated 23 May. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
That's
So if
correct.
you just read it.
Yep.
Thanks.
I could probably jump off at
Yeah,
paragraph 1.8. Preceding paragraphs are telling you stuff you're already aware of.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is in respect of the economic side of things and the Selwyn growth model. My own ground truthing assessment of the growth model in respect of Rolleston has identified a series of errors that are repeated throughout the model. To the extent limited by the assessment provided in my evidence in chief, I've since been able to quantify these errors in terms of housing capacity. The errors can be categorised as one of the following, and those errors are accompanied by the corresponding housing capacity. So number one is the use of out-of-date data, and that constitutes an overestimation of the examples that I've looked at of 469 households. The use of inflated density, typically between 22 and 25 households per hectare. That equates to an overestimation of 410 households per hectare when you apply a 15 density. Infill capacity, overestimation of 253 households, and the identification of non-residential land as providing housing capacity, and that's equated to 173 households. From my limited ground truthing of the data spreadsheet and the model, I believe capacity has been overstated by a minimum of 1,305 households. In all probability, this figure is likely to be much higher should a full analysis of all Rolleston data be undertaken. Mr. Foy confirms his support of the rezoning request in his peer review dated 22nd of May, and I support his conclusions. However, the concerns I have over the accuracy of the modelling outputs, particularly in respect of feasible capacity, provide further emphasis that the rezoning of this proposed area is critical to the provision of housing supply in Rolleston in the medium term. I just wish to note that in respect of the Hughes development site on Whedon's Road, a full PSI report has been undertaken and supplied to council, as Ms. Lewis confirmed earlier. The findings of this report do not identify areas of contamination that are of a level that would preclude residential zoning from occurring. My position in respect of sub-rec 13, which may or may not be redundant given this morning's discussions to date, is outlined within our joint witness statement, and I acknowledge the discussion amongst the experts appears to be finely tuned in respect of the inclusion or exclusion of a single word, and I understand that this word will not affect the mechanics of sub-rec 13. However, I remain of the opinion that the subtle change being requested will ensure consistency with the MRZ development areas and will have a bearing on how the requirement is applied in the day-to-day application of the proposed district plan. Having assessed the expert evidence prepared in respect of the rezoning submission and factoring in the amendments to the ODP, I believe the proposal is fully consistent with the rezoning framework, and I consider it's the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the Act. I'll just make an addition there that there has been a little bit of discussion around the ODPs and the synergy of them. And I agree with Ms. Eaton and Ms. Lewis that except for one matter, they're almost entirely consistent. There was a recommendation from Mr. Collins that a small connection road on the northern boundary of your section and the Brendine rezoning. So where the lower reserve is, there's a slight disconnection between the roads there, and I've preferred our location purely because where the your section road linkage is would actually extend a road through two existing houses, either through or in very close proximity to those dwellings and their curtilages. So the position of that road that I have just averts that clash.
So just on that, if I'm looking at the ODP map that's attached to the JWS, which road is that you're talking about?
So it's on the JWS between Miss Lewis and myself, the one dated the 19th.
Yep.
And it's the dashed grey road that extends in a north-south direction.
Right. Yeah.
And it's where the at the bottom, the most southern extent of the Brendine boundary.
Yeah.
So the your section ODP has that grey dash line further to the east.
Yep.
But where it is, it actually does clash with those existing dwellings
Right.
on the Brendine site. So
you're saying the one on this plan that we're now looking at is a better alignment?
that would be my preference for that reason, yes. Alternatively, we could mash something together, but it wouldn't be a straight alignment. It would have to deviate to miss those dwellings and their curtilages. Now, just finally, resuming at paragraph 2.7, there's one additional matter I'd like to bring to the panel's attention. And as we've got that ODP open, the one notable property absent from the ODP is a property located at 34 Noberland Drive.
Yeah.
The property owners were involved in early discussions around making a submission through this process, and they made a conscious decision at the time not to participate. Obviously, with events that have taken place, and they're now aware that they're sort of an island surrounded by rezoning proposals, they have inquired if they can join the proceedings and be rezoned along with the other properties to fill in the gap. So in support of this request, I have got a letter that I can leave with Ms. Lewis, just stating that that is their intention. And in support of that, I did request, and they have sought a preliminary site investigation to confirm that the site is free of contamination. So I'm aware there is a scope issue there. They obviously, did not lodge and are not part of the submission. But if there is leave to undertake a little bit of a tidy up, then I think that represents a good outcome.
Yeah, well, certainly if that landowner now wishes to be part of that, it would tidy up that odd looking gap. And I think under is it clause or section 99, we do have the ability to, if something flows out of a submission, to recommend a change that's outside scope. So we'll give consideration to that. But if you could provide the letter from the landowners.
Yes, I have it with me now, so I'll leave that. Thank you. So that's the end of my summary. Thanks.
If that bit of land is included, does that have any flow-on effects to the evidence that's been presented by any of the experts in terms of anything, traffic or anything, does it?
Not to my knowledge. I think the yield that would be derived from the addition of that would still be in the scope of what's been assessed. There is some variability, and regardless of what net density is preferred, it is a minimum. So
yeah. Thank you for that, and thank you for providing that written summary. That's very helpful. Raymond, any questions arising?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Lindsay?
Yeah, just a couple, and it's really goes around this issue of density. Now, I realise you've got some issues with the future forecasting of demand, but in terms of this particular site being located in where it is, and in terms of the lines that there are and urban growth overlays and so forth, it has been shown as being potentially appropriate for development in the future. But there's a whole issue that you've got about the difference between 12 and 15 households per hectares, and the Enabling Housing Act has often been called it's a game changer. It's a requirement for people to change the way of thinking about providing for urban development. So certainly in Rolleston, predominant of single-story housing on relatively reasonable sized lots. Do you feel that not providing 15 houses per hectare is not achieving the intent of the Act by providing for at least development capacity? Does it provide, is there any movement toward a step change from the same sorts of residential development that's been developed in Rolleston over the last few years?
Yeah, look, first and foremost, and I've appeared before you before on this matter, that it's my position that the use of net density is an extremely blunt tool, and I don't think it equates to good outcomes, whatever density is being developed. So some examples, and just to focus on that point for a minute. And again, it comes back to the definition of net density. So unlike other places in New Zealand, for example, the net density definition down here includes all roads and it includes reserves. And in fact, the only area of land within a development that's excluded is really stormwater or an arterial road. There's not much need for large areas of land, stormwater land in Rolleston. So being able to provide reserves, pocket parks to actually support density actually penalises an outcome, and it's probably contrary to good design. Likewise, road corridors, which we're now, most of them are a lot wider than they have been through this proposed plan process with the minimum standards, and the introduction of shared paths creates wider road reserves, which actually are useful tools to support higher density. But again, they penalise the use of those. So I don't think that it's a complementary tool to the outcome.
So you don't think it can be achieved?
It can be achieved, but I think the outcome then is a lot of sameness. You can't get a lot of variety of lot sizes, and quite often to achieve compliance with the net density of 15, for example, good design initiatives have to be sacrificed. You have to reduce the amount of your reserves. You have to, look at where you provide wider road corridors where you might want to provide more because you're actually not meeting that level.
Yeah, but isn't there the opposite in that you've got a piece of residential land under the new provisions or the provisions in the Enabling Act? You should be looking to maximise the density as much as is reasonable in the circumstances.
Well, I don't think the Act directs you to maximise. I think it provides the opportunity to
at least sufficient development capacity.
Yes, that's the urban development is at least sufficient. But marrying that together with the Enabling Act, it provides the opportunity. Look, another example where this, I think this tension in my mind exists is it's probably the way the enabling or the MDRS standards have been spoken about, but there's this expectation that the density is delivered by stacking floors and you get a 3-story apartment, for example. But I don't see that as being particularly relevant or an outcome that's going to be achieved in Selwyn. What would be achieved, and the Enabling Act does help, is the likes of duplex developments, possibly terraces, or standalone townhouses. Now, to deliver those under the Enabling Act, you'd want to be creating a section of a properly dimensioned section of 600 or 700 square metres that then gets further subdivided using the MDRS standards. Now, if you have multiple lots of that size, you won't achieve 15. So I just don't think, I think there's some tension there, and I just think 15 is.
So you just remove a blanket density requirement for is your solution, or is it only here? is it Selwyn what?
Well, we're here talking about Selwyn.
Yeah.
I would prefer you identify land that's to be used for residential purposes, and you can assign a yield or a density to that. But like I say, to actually have to include all your roads and reserves, to me, that's not net, that's a gross density. If you apply net in the truest sense of the word, then I think we could come up with a proper density, but I think that opportunity's been lost through the PDP process and where we are now. It may emerge through the RPS review, and I note that Christchurch City Council have actually introduced a yield approach through their MDRS provisions, and that's heading in that direction.
So, you know, regardless of whether it's this site or anywhere else and so on, and considering that you've got pretty flat land, not too much in the way of too many capacity issues, you're saying it's out of whack with reality of what is achievable in terms of a well-functioning urban environment?
Well, I don't think it's out of whack with what's achievable. I don't think it's an appropriate tool to guide what we need to deliver. And I think 12, you know, I've settled on 12, and there's numerous developments that have occurred in Rolleston in the last 10 years where their minimum has been 10, but they've achieved 12 and 13, and that provides a level of flexibility to give what the market wants and to actually design good outcomes and do density by design. At the moment, I think we're in a place where we're delivering density for compliance reasons.
Yeah, but it isn't the outcome with the existing type of development. There's a certain homogeneity about it all. A lot of single story, you know, 120 square meters plus a 30 square meter garage. You know, that's that sort of thing on 400 or 500 square meter lots. Does not having a density standard actually give a signal that you actually want a change in thinking in terms of what is being delivered?
It may, yes. I could take that point, but I think the delivery of product in Rolleston to date hasn't been a result of the previous density, as I explained. That was 10. I think that's people and developers have taken the opportunity to deliver what the market wanted and deliver price points. And right now, I think you'll see the market and developers, particularly my clients, the land price is such that it's actually very hard to deliver standalone 120 plus a garage on a 500 at price points. And so we're at a point now where the market and other factors are forcing a rethink on housing. I think the shift towards the delivery of density it's not related to whether it's 12 or 15. It's what the market and what needs to be delivered for housing. And I don't think, like I say, there's a lot of high quality developers out here, and I don't think you know, that they want to deliver what the people want and what the infrastructure supports. So walking, cycling, public transport, density, affordability, all of those things get factored into what gets delivered. And I think the more we tend towards 15 or higher as a really blunt tool, it's counterintuitive to delivering good outcomes.
Now, in terms of the discussion that we had with your section, people before, obviously this mechanism issue about trigger mechanism and so forth, and we had a discussion with Mr. Carr about that. Like from a planning perspective, do you have any views on that? Because it's a similar issue that we raised with the your section people.
Yeah, so notwithstanding the how that mechanism and the movement into restricted discretionary sits within the Act. Look, I am comfortable with it as a mechanism. I think currently the controlled status relies on those intersections, whichever ones we settle on, being operational. To me, that's the key word, and that sets a bar quite high, which I think a controlled status, you know, typically, and especially for subdivision, should be set high. And then the movement into restricted discretionary with the ability to discuss sort of more topical matters around effects, volumes. I think that's satisfied by the matters of discretion. So like I say, notwithstanding the legality of that, as a mechanism, I think it functions well.
All right, thank you.
So just on that last matter, I mean, the legality issue is one that we haven't come to a landing on yet. So the hearing panel from last week still needs to consider that and to look at all the different advice we've had on that. But I'm just raising it as an issue, and so I can say, well, what if that's what the Act requires? What do we do?
Yeah.
So
It has crossed my mind. We did discuss it briefly in the joint witnessing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but I want to emphasise we haven't come to a landing on that, but we're obviously very concerned that if the legislation does constrain us in that regard, how on earth do we make the plan work? Yeah. And we've had some advice from the officers on that, and we'll need to have some more discussion as a panel about that. Just two matters in terms of this density. I think you said in answer to Commissioner Dash, you'd be comfortable with a 12 households per hectare. Now in the 42A report, the wording for the ODPs that were provided in that for your section in Applefields under the land use, it had the wording development shall achieve a minimum 15 household per hectare averaged over the area unless there are demonstrated constraints, in which case a minimum net density of no less than 12 shall be achieved. Demonstrated constraints isn't defined. I mean, arguably that could include all sorts of constraints, infrastructure, geotech, marketing constraints, demand constraints. If that wording was included, would that go some way to easing your concern? So it has an option there.
yeah, I don't think I don't think it would be appropriate for my position to be reflected as a constraint under that pathway. Probably the definition of net density itself is a constraint, but in my view, but no, look, I think the intent of that is like you identified, particularly groundwater issues, geotechnical or potentially contamination issues that can't be remediated. I like my opinion is it would be a stretch to seek sort of achieving market delivery or something under that banner. So it's probably not an appropriate pathway to achieve what I'm seeking.
Now I understand the frankness of that answer, but we'll give that some more thought. And just in a second, while you're still here, in terms of the further information that's going to come from yourself and council, can you address that issue of the roading alignment? If you think it's appropriate for the little grey arrow on the your section ODP to align with where Mr. Brown thinks it is more appropriate located in their ODP, can you just include that in the material? If there's a meeting of the minds on that minor issue, that would be helpful. Mr. Brown, no further questions for me. Thank you very much. Mr. Cleary, anything you wanted to say by way of closing comments?
No, I could imagine in terms of what constraints would have to be physical constraints.
Okay.
Sorry. And it may be, you know, obviously, you know, constraints in infrastructure, maybe infrastructure constraints that may mean that 12 hectares, households per hectare is more appropriate. There may be sort of constraints such as the traffic network.
Mm. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look at that, dead on time. So now we'll adjourn for morning tea for 15 minutes, and at 10:45 we're scheduled to hear from Applefields Limited. All right. No, you're all right. Yeah, all good. Trust it was helpful. Right, okay. All right, we'll reconvene the hearing. And at this stage, we're hearing from Apple Fuels Limited. Good morning and welcome. I think there's one member of your party that I don't know if we've met before. So maybe if you want to introduce her to us and then just pretty much hand over to you, Ms. Thompson, to present whatever you want to present to us. As I've said many times before, thanks for pre-circulating the material that you have. We've read that. You don't need to read it out loud, but we welcome you summarising key points for us. As you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have some a summary from Ms. Hugh. Now, this is Iris Hugh. She's our ODA expert for today, and it's her first hearing. So it's always a sort of. And I've got a hard copy. She will send her electronic copy today, but in the meantime, we've got hard copies for the panel.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. So I thought to help the panel and to expedite proceedings, I thought that Mr. Carr would just go with Mr. Carr first, because transport's obviously a key issue here. So any residual questions from him would hopefully clear that up. And then Ms. Hugh around ODA, and then myself, hopefully, being last of the last, might have the easiest job, I don't know. But just as a starting point, in the memorandum from Ms. Luz, she mentioned the ODP, and I accept that amendment. So happy to accept that as far as the statement goes regarding that ODA matter that affects the ODP.
Okay.
And so with that, I will hand over to Mr. Carr.
We'll in turn hand back to the commissioners to say, I don't propose to say anything.
All right.
Very happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, we've had a pretty good discussion of those issues, haven't we already? I'll see if we have any further questions for you. Any questions for Mr. Carr, Raymond?
No, thank you.
Anything extra, Lindsay? No, nothing from me either. I think we've canvassed the general issues that we need to come to a landing on this morning. So unless there's anything you wanted to add to further that discussion.
No, I don't think so. The only thing that I highlight is that if council is minded that a roundabout does go in at the Lincoln Rolleston Road, Solwyn Road intersection, usually for a roundabout, the best solution is to have the middle of the roundabout on the centre line of the main road. If you were to do that, it would require some of the Applefields land. So this is a development which would seek to rely upon a roundabout, but also has the ability to assist the council in providing a roundabout for the greater good of the Rolleston community. So that, to my potentially naive transportation planner thinking, there is a win-win here.
Right. Right, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair, I forgot to mention Laurenstein's here as well. And urban design.
Sorry, I didn't catch that last bit.
Nicole, Mr. Laurenstein's here as well on urban design. So
okay, yeah,
thank you. That before. So over to.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Iris Hsu. I'm an air quality consultant at WSP New Zealand Limited. Now I will read my summary of my evidence.
Thank you.
My evidence scope focuses on assessing the potential odor effects of an indoor primary production activity, i.e. the countrywide investment limited CIL farming sheds at the corner of Selwyn Road and Rattletrack Road at 483 Selwyn Road, Rolleston, to determine requirements to avoid reverse sensitivity odor effects on the zoning change of the block due to the indoor primary production activity. My assessment considers both broiler farm and egg layer farm operations using conservative assumptions based on my experience with other broiler and egg layer farms in New Zealand and the New Zealand Animal Welfare Code of Welfare 2020. I have undertaken an odor dispersion modeling assessment using an approach consistent with assessments that have been carried out previously by Gilda, a legacy WSP company, for a number of broiler operations throughout New Zealand. This is done following an approach undertaken for previous assessments and originally derived for Recipe non-free range broiler farm, Western Melton. The odor assessment approach derived for Recipe farm has been scrutinized and accepted as a robust approach in the course of an environmental court hearing and used for numerous chicken farm assessment by Gilda. I consider this is an appropriate approach to use for assessing odor effects from a conventional meat chicken farm. I have also considered the risk of odor from an egg layer operation based on the modeling results for a broiler farm operation. A qualitative approach was used to estimate the odor effects from an egg layer operation based on the modeling results for a broiler operation. It accounted for a different number of birds from an egg layer operation and an expected reduced odor emission per bird compared to a broiler operation. The modeling assessment for broiler farm indicated there is likely to be less than minor to negligible odor effects within the block due to the operation of the CIL farm at the vicinity of the block. Based on the results for the broiler farm and assumptions that the total number of egg layer chicken are approximately 30% higher than that of a broiler farm, and taking into account an expected 60% reduction of odor emissions as indicated by the South Australia EPA separation distance guideline, I expected the odor effects from an egg layer farm are likely to be lower than those predicted for a broiler farm for the site. Therefore, I consider my conclusion of a likely less than minor or negligible odor effects at the block would not change due to an egg layer farm operation. I understand from Mr. Thompson's evidence that the section 42A report recommends that sensitive activities are set back 300 meters from the closest outer edge of any building used for intensive primary production. Based on my assessment, I consider the land within the block does not need to be constrained from sensitive residential uses, and an odor setback of 300 meters from the CIL farm sheds is unnecessary in this case due to the expected low odor concentration predicted within the block. As a result of my assessment, I conclude that there is unlikely to be odor effects on the block and therefore no restriction on sensitive activities is required to avoid reverse sensitivity effects.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That I'll see if we have any questions for you. Anyone?
Yes, I do. At your paragraph 11 of your primary evidence, you talk about not being able to have done a site visit. What would a site visit elicit? What helpful information would a site visit elicit?
So the site visit will help me understand the number of birds and what type of operation it is. But my assessment is based on assumption it's a broiler farm or egg layer farm, and the number of birds I use the assumption a conservative assumption based on the requirement of the bird density in the New Zealand Animal Welfare Code. So yeah.
Good. And then just my last question. In your primary evidence, again, you talked about an assessment based on a conventional intensive chicken farm. How do you know the chicken farm that we're talking about is conventional?
Well, because the conventional chicken farm usually have a larger number of birds, therefore higher odor emission rate. So my assessment is conservative based on this assumption. If it's not a intensive chicken farm, then the odor concentration will be less than the conventional farm.
Okay, great, thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you for your evidence. It was very enlightening in terms of differences between broiler and egg laying chickens and so forth. But in terms of propensity to odor, you haven't been to the site, so you don't know precisely what activities are going on site, presumably.
I did a drive-by.
Yeah.
And I saw eggs on the shelf. So I assume it can be a egg layer farm. But my assessment has included a broiler farm as well, because it's conservative assumption. Yeah.
So Ms. Luz is recommending a 300-meter setback. Your conclusions are it's unnecessary because the odor concentrations from that level of activity in the existing chicken farm are such that due to distance and the level of odor produced from the farm, there will be negligible effects on residential development on the land in question. So,
yeah, that is based on my modeling assessment. The model used the site-specific meteorology conditions, and also a conservative assumption of the odor emission rate.
And if it was, instead of being 300 meters, if it was 200 meters away from the chicken production, would it be a substantial increase in the level of odor likely to be received by a sensitive receptor? Is there a big difference in terms of the metric, in terms of whether it's 300 or 250 or 200?
I didn't calculate the exact setback for the farm, but my assessment just focused on the effects on the block. Yeah. So if you look at my figure 1 of my evidence, the odor control shows 1 odor unit per cubic meter on the block, and that means the residential on this block may not notice any odor at the location.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence. It was very helpful. Just one question. So when you say you took a conservative approach, would another way of saying that be you've assessed the worst case scenario, and even in that case, the odor that might be incurred by residents in the development is less than minor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks. No further questions. Thanks for your evidence.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed your first hearing.
So I'll move on to.
To Nicole Lowenstein. Everyone avoids my surname. It's hard to pronounce. So Nicole is fine.
Yeah,
I don't have any summary, but I am here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions on urban design?
No, none from me, thanks.
No, me neither.
Perfect. There's one thing I would just like to add to avoid any confusion on the ODP, just in case it may occur. There is a little road going towards the park, towards Reed's Pit Park, just to make sure that it's not understood as being a road connection into the park. It is a terminated road, just in case that comes up at some point in your discussions.
Okay, so where would we find the ODP map that you're now referring to?
That is the Applefields ODP.
Yeah, but what document is it attached to that we might have?
That would have.
It's in appendix 1 to my evidence, I think.
So, okay. So appendix 1 to your pre-circulated
evidence.
evidence. All right, so just, okay, I've got that up now, so
Yeah.
just say what you said again.
So the little road that continues from the north-south larger black line, the primary road, there's a secondary road turning off towards Reed's Pit Road.
Yeah.
That particular road is to terminate. It's
yeah.
not an indication
Got it.
exactly, because it's not in the legend identified as a termination. I thought I'll just clarify that.
Right.
Should that come up?
Got it, thank you. Yep.
Yeah, just to, if I, just reinforce, I think, the odour matter. My evidence assumed that, and I think quite rightly assumed that it was a very conservative assessment by Monsieur, and that the effects are likely to be, less than minor, insignificant. So I'm more than happy to stick with that. And therefore, and I've just really learned that, perhaps been something I may have should have known, that this odour setback just applies to the GRUZ anyway, the general rural zone. It doesn't actually apply to this particular area. But just to be sure that it is recognised and give some integrity to that rule, that's why I'm still prepared to leave the remainder of the reference to the setback in my narrative, just to be sure that development does recognise that there is a chicken farm in the far distance, and if necessary, steps be taken, if they can be, to perhaps just protect future residents from any odour that may occur, how unlikely that is. That makes sense.
Maybe. So, and just in terms of that, so looking at your supplementary planning evidence dated 15 May.
Yeah.
And at the end of that, there's some words in bold. Future subdivision shall have particular regard to potential reverse sensitivity effects. You got that in
Yes.
front of you. So are you saying that should still go into the ODP, or is not required?
No,
anymore?
that's not, that isn't required now. All I'm changing is a narrative in the ODP. They're the last 3 lines. I don't think there's any other change needed.
So the last 3 lines under the section 42A version of the ODP narrative under the heading land use, is that what you, what are you suggesting still needs to be changed?
Appendix 4. Look, I think that the only thing that has to change, well, I don't think, sorry, it's Appendix 4, that's a traffic rule. I don't think anything needs to, I don't think there's a need to change any rules now. And I just accept the change to the narrative as amended by Ms. Lewis. I don't think there's any need to amend any rules.
Yeah, not
In
talking
relation to
about
odour.
the rules. I'm talking about the ODP narrative.
Yeah.
So in Ms. Lou's section 42A report, she had some ODP narrative wording.
Yes, I get that. Then you get that up there. Sorry, sir, this computer's still weird, so I didn't have the 42 report up.
Yeah, and look, I may just be forgetting that you've already addressed this, but never mind, we'll work through it. So
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, 42A report. Yep.
yep.
Main report.
So Ms. Lou's has a ODP map there, which would need to be amended to show that little road we just talked about as a stop rather than a go.
Yes.
And then she has some narrative, and under the heading land use, there's that last sentence that refers to the 300 metre restriction. So What are you recommending in that regard? Would that whole sentence now just be deleted or what?
Right. Sorry, it doesn't help that I didn't bring the glasses.
I've got some reading glasses in my bag. if you want to borrow them.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, thank you. Right, now we are. Okay, amend the OD indicating narrative OD appendix 2. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm reasonably happy with that.
So if you got that ODP narrative from the 42A report up on your
Yeah,
screen,
I'm just
and you see the heading that says land use,
yep, got that.
and then the last sentence, site layout shall ensure that no sensitive activities, etc.
Yes.
So does that now come out in your view?
Yeah, I think I'd prefer my my version.
And where do we find that?
That's in my appendix. It's in the amended narrative of appendix 2.
Okay.
My evidence, Chief.
All right. And even in light of the odor experts' evidence, you're still recommending that appendix 2 wording?
Well, it's probably not needed. All I'm saying is if you've got a rule there, which may, yeah, I'm probably being ultra conservative here. You can probably get away without having any reference at all, but it is within 300 metres. It's probably going to be irrelevant anyway to some extent because the roundabout will take up quite a bit, that 30 metres. And we don't know the detailed design of the approach routes to the roundabout. No, I'm probably coming to my own conclusion here. It may not be needed.
Yeah, that's right. Because normally a planning recommendation would be founded on technical evidence. Then your own technical evidence is that there's no odor effect to worry about.
Well, exactly. So I'm probably coming to the conclusion that we don't need anything.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just that I wasn't clear until this morning.
Yeah.
That that rule doesn't apply to urban residential areas.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that because it can't it? If there's an issue, we could have in the ODP a requirement to deal with that issue.
Well, my understanding is that it's in the Rezone, it's requirement 10 in the general rural zone, therefore it applies to the rural zone. But perhaps that's something for Ms. Luce to clarify.
Yeah, I don't understand that because the ODP is standalone, isn't it? That's not in the rural zone, the ODP. That
it's in the
development area, and there'll be MRZ under that.
Yes.
What you're asking for, not GRUZ.
Yes. So, I mean, my interpretation was that it applied to any residential activity within 300 metres of the poultry sheds.
Yeah. Because there's a similar issue in another township that you're aware of that we've been discussing with you, an odor setback to the wastewater ponds on the Allendale Road proposal where there's an odor setback and the only issue is how big should it be, but it applies within the residentially zoned area. So I'm just a bit confused by what you're now saying.
Well, an effect is an effect. In that particular case, though, I think that that particular setback has some historical background to it because it was formerly rural residential land, I think.
Don't know. Anyway,
but this one here is if the rule affects urban residential areas, it's going to put a significant effect across Selwyn Road on the future development area there. I mean, that would intrude 200 metres into there, I would think.
Yeah. Anyway, so putting that to one side though, but your advice to us now is that we don't need those words.
I don't think we need those words.
Your
based on
appendix too.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So if we have any further questions for you, Raymond?
I'm just thinking whether I'm flogging a dead horse or not with this question. Probably am, but in terms of your narrative, that you'd proposed in your appendix 2 relating to setbacks for odour, you sort of have the statement in there about take all practical steps to reduce the risk of reverse sensitivity effects.
Yeah.
What practical steps could be taken? And I recognise that we were, you had a significant discussion with the chair just before, but when I was looking at it, what tools have you got in your toolbox if there is a reverse sensitivity effect?
Yes, so I think you could probably have larger lots, set back the houses a bit further from the road, that kind of thing. Maybe
outside of the 300 metres.
Yeah, so the houses aren't in 300 metres, so do a design which keeps them out of there through different section sizes, maybe putting a reserve in there or whatever's possible at the time of subdivision. That was what I was thinking there.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
No, that's the end of our questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that the owner, the submitter, the owner of the part, one of the owners has an apology. Just he
Sure.
wanted to be here, but unfortunately got called back to the airport.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so the next submitter on our list is 4 Stars Development and Gould Developments Limited.
Oh, yeah.
So what have we got here? Right,
Thank you.
still morning, isn't it? Morning, welcome.
Morning. The last time.
Is it? You're not
Well,
appearing at the next 2 hearings.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, possibly. So I've just prepared the summary and I have an attachment, and just for the panel's benefit, that attachment is an extract from the report provided by Marshall Day Acoustics to the expert peer review panel, and you can see the watermarks there is for review by Environment Canterbury Independent Expert Panel. And so that's part of the package of documentation that was provided to the peer review panel in or about November 2021. I can take you through that at the appropriate point in the summary that I've actually provided for today, and I'll just start reading that. And
Yep.
so I'm going to say that the panel may have the impression that the argument advanced on the clients is essentially the same argument previously presented, including on PC 71. And in that process, while it was certainly argued that the existing RPS contour was out of date, that position was disputed by the airport, who sought to assert that the best available information at the moment is the air noise contour contained in the RPS and the operative and proposed district plans. At the qualifying matter hearing, counsel for CAL verbally acknowledged that the 2008 contour is outdated, and this is consistent with their current position in evidence that the remodeling undertaken is now the most up-to-date information. At the time of the PC 71 and proposed district plan hearing, the technical modelling had not been completed, so a degree of informed speculation, and I admit that was on my behalf, was involved. The technical modelling presents a choice of which is the most appropriate contour to adopt for planning purposes for the qualified matter hearing, and presently the airport is adopting an interim position across all 3 districts in Greater Christchurch, seeking the most conservative 50 dBl LDN contour. This hybrid is a combination of the remodeled outdoor envelope and operative contours. It says a combination of all the remodeled that's correct. Sorry. In other words, the airport is seeking these contours should apply regardless of their accuracy, merits, and our appropriateness under Section 32 and Section 77K of the Act. And it's submitted that the panel must question the reasonable of this interim position and whether it should be sanctioned, particularly considering the responsiveness approach required in the NPSUD. The submitter's position as the annual average contour is the most appropriate to use in terms of planning controls, not simply because it is the key to unlock zoning of the land, but also because it's consistent with the contour which has been adopted by other councils in Greater Christchurch in PC 14 Variation 1. And these processes are not being delayed by the review of the RPS, which may commence in December 2024. So in other words, those councils are expecting to make a decision on a contour that's different to the RPS, the current contour in the RPS, before there is a review of the RPS. Ms. Appleyard says that the decision on which of the contours should apply requires further input from noise policy and planning experts. However, both Plan Change 14 and Variation 1 are replete with analysis from noise planning and policy experts, which concludes that the appropriate approach is the annual average contour. These experts include the same CAL personnel and consultants who are before the panel today or later today in support of the outer envelope. It is also noted that Council for the Airport sought to identify some distinctions between the Waimak District and Christchurch City Council to explain why the average noise contour was adopted in each of those districts. What this explanation overlooks is the simple fact that the outer envelope has a larger footprint than the annual average noise contour in each of those districts. In other words, those responsible for preparing the Section 32 and Section 77K analysis for Variation 1 Plan Change 14 always had the option to assess the outer envelope as being more appropriate, but preferred the annual average instead. The second point to make in support of the annual average is that this option is directly consistent with the recommendation by the expert peer review panel in July 22 to the effect that the annual average is preferred on the basis of existing guidelines and policy. It is evident that both the Christchurch City and Waimak District had the benefit of this recommendation in preparing their documents. Of particular note, the advice from the expert panel preferring the annual average contour says, and I'll let you read that. And I think it's appropriate at this time, if I actually take you to the appendix or the attachment, which again is a summary from the Marshall Day report about the different contours that have been approached and the rationale behind using one or the other. It says, for example, in the third paragraph that the approach across New Zealand varies. And the original contour and operative contour essentially used based on the 3-month concept. It says in paragraph 4, the outer envelope has the largest footprint and thus protects the greater number of people from adverse noise effects by restricting development inside the noise contours. However, most of the research surrounding noise annoyance, including community annoyance services based on residents' perception of noise over a 12-month period, which suggests that the annual average approach would be the best fit for representing these noise levels. And then it refers to the World Health Organization aircraft noise guidelines based on a large number of noise annoyance studies. And the Federal Aviation Authority noise annoyance study will look at 20 airports, and they're all based on a 12-month period. And it says the studies asked respondents to assess their aircraft noise environment over the past 12 months. It says that noise contours in the US are based on an annual average. And also in Australia, noise contours are generally prepared using an annual average. It then goes on to say that the outer envelope concept represents the busiest period where residents are exposed to higher levels of noise, but this is counteracted by the other 9 months of the year, which are included in the annual average, where noise levels are lower and residents receive some respite from aircraft noise. And then over the page, it says the assessment of noise annoyance is generally determined by noise exposure, the average noise level over a period of time. People will generally accept a higher level of noise for a period of time if they know they will receive a lower level of noise for the remaining period. The period of time this averaging is assessed over 3 months versus 12 is a matter of expert opinion. The package of documentation, including this Marshall Day report, it specifically states that it was presented to the aircraft at the peer review panel for consideration and decision. So there's an obvious link between this document and the expert panel's recommendation as to what the preferred approach between the two was in July of last year. And as I say, it is clear that the expert panel preferred the annual average noise contour. And the key message from their advice is that land use controls to seek to protect the airport from reverse sensitivity effects triggered by annoyance should not be based on a hypothetical or theoretical situation. And Ms. Aston and Evans noted the clear logic behind that advice. If the panel were to consider sanctioning the outer envelope contour as sought by the airport as an interim measure, it would run counter to this seemingly undisputed advice and would be imposing restrictions that are based on a scenario that misrepresents the noise that may be received by future residents of land located within the remodeled outer envelope contour. And submit at 113. And given the clear advice from the peer review panel, it is ironic, therefore, for you as decision maker to receive a comment as you did last week along the following lines. If ECAN told us what the answer was, that would solve everyone's problem. That will be the better outcome. Respectfully, it is submitted that heeding as opposed to ignoring explicit recommendation of the peer review panel is all that should be required to solve everyone's problems. Should the panel express a preference for the approach preferred by the peer review panel, it would allow for rezoning, but would not, of course, require you to confirm the location of the annual average noise contour, as this does not affect any residential zone. The location of the annual average noise contour will need to be confirmed via a separate plan change. In summary, there's a pathway in my submission open to the panel to approve the rezoning on the basis that the evidence supports a conclusion that the existing contour is inaccurate and therefore serves no useful resource management purpose. Further, the proposed outdoor envelope supported by the airport is a theoretical and hypothetical representation only of the location where land may be affected to such a degree that future residents may become so annoyed that they may complain, and this may result in constraints being imposed on the airport. There are obviously a lot of mays involved there, which goes directly to the likelihood of any impact on the airport. And I just address the issue of scope because it's been raised in Ms. Appleyard's submissions. And she says that a rezoning of land underneath the existing contour is not on the variation, presumably when in either Part A or Part B. And she essentially says that the purpose of the variation is to decide on whether intensification should apply to the PC 71 land identified already for rezoning, and no new rezonings are permitted under the variation. And my friend Ms. Dewar has provided a fulsome analysis of the various elements of scope, and without necessarily adopting all of the analysis because it applies to slightly different circumstances, it is submitted as follows. The Amendment Act enables the rezoning of additional land through the IPI, not simply land that is within an existing residential zone. That is, of course, explicit from the Council's notification of additional residential land for rezoning in the variation. And I also note there Ms. Dewar's reference to the public notice for Part A of the variation. It highlights that the variation is not a discrete instrument applying to a relatively confined spatial area. Instead, its scale and context is much broader. That applies to Rolleston, Prebbleton, and Lincoln. Appendix 3 to Part B of the variation specifically refers to private plan change 71 with the spatial area of the plan change illustrated on an ODP. That ODP includes the contour land and identifies it as inner planes, which is of course out of date, and that should be general GRZ, potential future residential. The ODP narrative then explains that if the noise contour constraint is removed and subject to further assessment, whatever that might be, the land is suited for residential development. The contour land is therefore logically connected. And that's one of the tests from the case law expressed, set out by Ms. Dewar. It's logically connected to the balanced land identified for rezoning. Through Plan Change 71, Gould Developments and 4 Stars sought a residential zoning of its land, including the contour constrained land. They've also lodged submissions on the proposed plan, and taken these circumstances together, it would, in my submission, be absurd to conclude that the present submission on variations could be considered out of left field, to use the phrase coined by the High Court in Clearwater. Again, that's the case law referred by Ms. Dewar. The above circumstances also highlight the absence of any potential prejudice to parties not before the panel, i.e. those who would potentially be interested in the rezoning, but have not had a real opportunity to participate because the relief sought would be unexpected. And just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm not submitting that separate decision cannot be made under the proposed district plan, and we have participated in that process fully to preserve the rights. Thank you.
Let's see if we have any questions. Raymond, any questions?
I wasn't at the hearing last week. It was, Mr. Wallace was the third commissioner on that. But presumably there was similar sorts of information presented to that hearing panel as what you're presenting now, particularly in terms of scope, particularly in terms of whether you feel that the one method over another should be used for identifying the noise contour.
Yeah, there's obviously there's further information on that particular issue. The issue of scope wasn't raised at last week's hearing, so I've had to address that today.
Okay. I don't have anything else. I don't think. We've had this issue before us a few times during the last couple of years. The general issue about Plan Change 71.
Yes, and I would be. I think you would accept. I'm hoping you would accept that, of course, that the argument is considerably refined to what it was originally, and the argument originally was not on the basis of which of the noise contours should be the preferred approach on which to base land use controls or to make planning decisions. Now, there's evidence before you now, which wasn't before either the panel on Plan Change 71 or the proposed plan hearing, to the effect that the annual average noise contour is the preferred approach.
Okay.
And that's quite clear in my submission.
Thank you.
No further questions from me. I think we canvassed this issue in last week's hearing, which Commissioner Dash wasn't at. And all I could do was repeat what I said at that stage, that I think you're asking us to make a decision that's not ours to make. It's the decision for the regional council to make and promulgate in their RPS.
Yeah, and the reason why I have said in my submission, where I've referred to Plan Change 14 and Plan Change 14 and Variation 1, is that those processes will be completed ahead of any regional policy statement review. So the question on my mind is that what is the right trigger in terms of the advice, or when the advice might be received from ECAN? Because quite clearly those other local authorities do not think the need to wait for a review of the RPS. So what's the alternative? The alternative is when, in my submission, when the panel makes a recommendation on the preferred approach, and you have evidence of the panel's recommendation to that effect.
Yeah, no further questions. Thank you.
Right, we obviously have Miss Aston here.
Yep.
I've just got the evidence in front of me. Sorry. The evidence in front of me, and I don't intend to add to that.
Okay.
Yeah. But other than to say that it clearly gives you extracts from the material that's been prepared for Plan Change 14 and the variation to the Waimakariri District Plan in support of the annual average contour.
Mm-hmm.
And in both of those cases, it has a significant implication for those two councils, in that the outer envelope does affect a lot more residential land. In Christchurch City, it has a big effect on the areas that can be intensified. It takes out a lot of land which is within their rapid transit proposed route, so it has a significant implication, which would be in terms of cost benefit, a reason I'm given the expert evidence on the appropriateness of the annual average contour, why it would be favoured by the city. Similarly, in Waimakariri, it enables a lot more of their future development area, East Kaipoi. A lot of that is in the outer envelope, but not within the annual average contour. It's only slightly. So for them, it has a big implication, and it has a big implication for our client in terms of the PC71 land, taking out 220 potential lots and resulting in a very odd development area with a big segment taken out. And for Christchurch City and Waimak, the decision on which contour will be taken can be confirmed through the hearing process, so they won't have to wait till the RPS review. That decision will be made through their hearing processes, in the same way that there's an ability to make that decision through this hearing process for this land. That's all I wanted to add.
Yeah. Any questions, Ryan?
No.
Lindsay?
Yeah, just for my benefit, at what stage did both, so Christchurch City have notified their intensification planning
Yes.
with the noise contours being the annual average? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And similarly for Waimak?
Correct. In Waimak, Christchurch City, it's only the annual average contour. In Waimak, they've, in their section 32 and their qualifying meta assessment, they've said they've adopted the annual average contour, but in terms of their planning maps, they've also put in the operative contour. So as an interim measure, yeah.
Okay.
Christchurch City is purely the annual average.
And both of those processes are underway at the moment.
They are, yes.
And presumably there's submissions on the airport, from the airport company in relation to both of those issues as well.
We don't know in terms of Christchurch City because they haven't been summarised yet.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
And no questions from me either. Thank you. As Commissioner Day said, we've had the issue before us a number of times, and it's been refined as we've gone on with further material from yourselves and others, but no further questions. Thank you.
I'm just going to raise the question of cross-examination.
Yes.
Later on today, and I'm just looking around the room and just wondering.
We're going to put you where Justine's sitting.
That
Yep.
seems
She's going to
sensible.
move to this end of our
Yeah.
table. And what the process will run is we'll hear from the airport's witnesses, and they'll do their normal presentation to us, summary, key points, whatever they wish to.
Yep.
We'll then have your questions, and following your questions, we'll see if there's any further questions that we want to ask those witnesses.
And I expect, so the airport would be entitled to
Re-examine.
Yep. In normal course of events. I have some documentation that I would like to put to one of the witnesses, particularly the acoustic witness, which is, directly relevant to the position that the airport's taken on intensification or on the outer envelope contour.
Yep.
And so I think it might be easiest if at the time I just provide everybody with the various documents. And so I can take her through the documents so you're able to follow along with us. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. We'll see how that goes.
I appreciate you're entering new territory for this process in terms of cross-examination.
Yeah. And so what I'll ask Ms. Justine to let you know that I'll let you ask your questions, but if I feel you're going off piste in terms of areas that aren't particularly relevant to us as decision makers, I'll intervene, but otherwise we'll just let you go with your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mindful of that, the fact that, sort of any questions I do ask should be relevant.
Yep. All right, we'll see how it goes. It'll be interesting. So we now adjourn until 1:45.
Related
Or is
matter.
it 12? Yeah, 1:45. Yep.
Sorry, just in terms of Applefields who were here before,
Yeah.
Mr. Thompson mentioned that one of the landowners, he actually flew down from Wellington this morning or last night for the hearing, and he was here at 9 a.m. and hadn't caught up with the fact that the time had changed. So he had to go back to get the plane.
Oh, no.
But so he just to put a face to the name,
Sure.
yeah. And the reason why it's a group of landowners, and the Christchurch-based landowner has COVID, so he couldn't
Right.
attend. So Brian came down. So I just wanted to let you know that
Okay. Well, that's
the
unfortunate.
landowners did want
come.
to be present.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
Okay.
All right, so adjourned until 1:45. Good afternoon, everyone. We reconvene hearing number 7 on variation 1. And at this stage, we're hearing from Christchurch International Airport Limited. Good afternoon. Welcome to your team.
Welcome. I'm here with Miss Lee, and I am very happy to say this will be the last appearance for Christchurch International Airport Limited.
Yep.
We appeared last week or the week before at the qualifying matters hearing, so we had actually not intended to present again here today, but for the fact that I now have some legal submissions from Mr. Cleary that I may need to respond to, and Mr. Cleary wanted our witnesses for cross-examination. So
yep.
I am very happy to be in the panel's hands if we are repeating ourselves or going over things that you've already heard or you don't need to hear from again.
Yep.
And this is really just a response to Mr. Cleary. We hadn't intended to go over everything we've been over before.
Okay, so what I think we'll do then in that case is we'll just proceed in a reasonably normal manner. So as you said, you've appeared before us before. We have, for this hearing, we have your legal submissions and the evidence of Daryl Miller, Felicity Hayman and Laurel Smith. So what we'll do is we'll hear from you in terms of your legal submissions,
Yes.
anything you wish to say over and above what you've presented to previous hearings, and just be aware Commissioner Dash wasn't on last week's.
Yes, sorry, yes.
We'll then proceed with your witnesses in an order that you think is
Yes.
appropriate.
Yes.
Those witnesses can then summarise key points for us as they normally do, or else go straight to questions as they
Yes.
sometimes do. Mr. Cleary will then ask his questions of your witnesses. We will then see if we have any questions arising, and then you can then re-question them, re-examine them if you wish to.
Yes.
So we'll run a process like that. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, that's
Are you happy with
absolutely.
that, Mr. Cleary?
Yes, of course I am. I was just saying to my friend that there's going to be some difficulties with cross-examining Ms. Smith, because I was going to ask her to produce some previous statements of evidence, and she won't obviously be able to do that in person because she's not here. So just and the evidence is relatively recent, but I'm sure it's from 2021 in other proceedings, and she probably may remember them, but she may not remember exactly what she said.
I'm
Right.
just wondering if practically you'd like to email them to her and
I-
she can familiarise them herself
Yeah,
with them.
Sorry, I can't, unfortunately, at the moment. I
Okay.
can't. Sorry.
So Ms. Clare, I guess all we could do in that case is you could ask your question and
What I can do is I can indicate what the statements of evidence are, the date. And so they're available publicly on the website, and they're easy to find.
Do you want to do that now, Mr. Cleary, so she can
Yeah,
find them
that's
while I'm?
fine. Yep.
Is
yep,
that a
absolutely.
practical?
Okay.
So Laurel, can you hear, Mr. Cleary is going to refer you to some pieces of evidence you've given, I think, in other hearings. And just ask you whether you may be able to find those while I'm giving my legal submissions. Is that okay with you?
That's fine, I'll do my best, yeah.
Thanks. So the first, the first is a summary of statement of evidence on behalf of Wellington International Airport Limited, and it's dating 18th of May 2021.
Okay.
And that's in respect of the notice of requirement to designate land for airport purposes. And the second statement of evidence is, actually it's your evidence in chief for those proceedings, which is your statement of evidence dated 5th of May 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just those two?
Yes, so do you think you'll be able to find those while I'm speaking on legal matters?
I should be able to, yep.
Thank you. Is that a practical way forward? Now,
yes, it's good, thanks.
I have prepared some summary legal submissions responding to Mr. Cleary, that was legal handout.
Thanks.
Justine might want, you might want to hang out the memo as well. And Justine, I'll leave it to him.
Thanks. And then just copies to Mr. Cleary as well.
Yes. So as I say in paragraph 3, below we respond to matters raised by Mr. Cleary and his legal submissions filed for this hearing. First of all, Mr. Cleary made some submissions about the hierarchy of planning documents, and in particular the interplay between the MPSUD and the RPS. So I was just going to cover that topic off. Our legal submissions filed on the qualifying matters hearing, as well as various briefs of evidence already filed for CIL and various hearing topics, outline the applicable higher order planning framework. In brief, the status of the airport as infrastructure of local, regional and national importance is recognised in the definition of nationally significant infrastructure within the MPSUD, the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, and the objectives and policies of the operative and the proposed district plans. The efficient use and development of Christchurch Airport as a significant physical regional infrastructure resource is provided for in the RPS. The RPS provisions are unambiguous and highly directive, i.e. that new noise sensitive activities must be avoided within the 50 dBA LDN air noise contour. The MPSUD directs that local authority decisions on urban development are integrated with infrastructure planning decisions, and that planning decisions contribute to a well-functioning urban environments. The MPSUD requires a balance between the need to provide for urban development capacity and other important countervailing issues such as provision of infrastructure. Policy 8 of the MPSUD requires councils to be responsive to plan changes for unanticipated or out of sequence development that will provide significant development capacity and contribute to well-functioning urban environments. Policy 8, however, must also be read in the context of the other policies in the MPSUD, such as those other policies that relate to infrastructure. While the MPSUD was prepared later in time to the RPS, it does not automatically trump all other planning documents. It is a well-established principle of statutory interpretation that where there is any apparent inconsistency or tension between statutory instruments, the approach is to read both together and prefer an interpretation that reconciles any apparent inconsistency, allowing the two to stand together. We say that the policies of the MPSUD, and in particular policy 8, including those responsiveness provisions, can and should be read together with the RPS in context. To that end, when considering the submitter's request to rezone land in Rolleston, the panel must ensure that it will give effect to both the MPSUD and the regional policy statement. Policy 6354 of the RPS is plainly highly relevant to the land that the evidence shows will potentially be subject to aircraft noise levels of 50 LDN. The rezoning request seeks to provide for urban development in an unplanned way or in a way that is out of step with the provision in planning documents. Hence, the MPSUD Policy 8 requires the panel to have particular regard to the significance of the development capacity provided and to consider whether it contributes to a well-functioning urban environment. A rezoning request that proposes urban development or intensification in an area where future residents will be subject to aircraft noise of 50 LDN or greater would not contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. It is therefore not as simple as saying that the MPSUD trumps this RPS in this context and the RPS has no application. The relevant provisions must be read together and reconciled if possible. In this case, the provisions can be reconciled. The end result from both a policy and merits perspective is that rezoning of land subject to levels of noise of potentially 50 LDN or greater will not give effect to the collective requirements of these higher order documents. Then on the separate topic of the modelling methodology, as the panel will be aware, the 2023 or May 2023 remodelled 50 LDN noise contour comprises both an option of an outer envelope and an option of an annual average. Both use different methodologies of measuring noise. Mr. Cleary's submission suggests that Environment Canterbury's independent peer review panel will confirm that the annual average is the preferred modelling approach. Mr. Cleary's submissions rely heavily on a memorandum that purportedly confirms this approach. Mr. Cleary's submissions also suggest that the annual average approach has already been adopted by the Christchurch City and the Waimakariri District Councils. To correct the record on this, as we have discussed with the panel previously, CIAL does not expect the peer review panel to confirm the preferred modelling approach, only to confirm where the contour line should be. We haven't seen the report yet, but we're not expecting, on our understanding of scope, we're not expecting that question to be answered. Confirmation, and this is our understanding why that is that confirmation of which line is going to be preferred is not a matter for determination by acoustic experts alone. It requires policy, economic and planning input because it is essentially an exercise of translating noise modelling into land use planning controls. Matters, for example, such as housing supply and demand would be relevant. Now, the memorandum referred to by Mr. Cleary, I'm just diverging a little bit here. In his submissions, which I've just lost for the moment, I think we are referring to the same document. He, in paragraph 3.18 of his submissions, refers to a document called Correspondence from the Expert Panel to Environment Canterbury, including advice entitled Expert Panel Recommendation, Re-Annual Average versus Outer Envelope. Now, I do not have a document entitled that. What I think he is referring to is the memorandum that I've handed up to you. Unless we're talking at cross purposes, that document is not entitled Expert Panel Recommendation, and it appears to be a memorandum from Tonkin and Taylor to Environment Canterbury. And Tonkin and Taylor, Mr. Humferson is one of the experts on the expert panel. So unless we're talking about a different document, that appears to me to be a memorandum from a noise expert who also happens to be one of the members of the panel to someone at ECAN. And unless there is another document entitled in the way Mr. Cleary has described it in 3.18, we may be at cross purposes, maybe here's something else. I think that is the memorandum he's referring to. I'm happy if we just want to stop here and see if we are at cross purposes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can do this through cross-examination.
No, I'm just asking to confirm whether the document in your 3.18, which you say is entitled Expert Panel Recommendation Annual Average, is the same document that I've just handed up.
That is the memorandum, yes, but it's part of, it's not just the only document that has been provided.
Okay, well, I haven't seen anything else, so yeah.
Well,
So that's.
sorry, I don't want to get into a discussion, but it was made available in January.
Has it been provided to this panel? Because we haven't seen it. That's the only document we have.
It is the correspondence. Sorry.
Sorry, but if I can ask it another way, what is the document you refer to in 318 of your submission?
I might as well hand it out now.
Okay, have we seen that? No. Okay, I haven't seen it.
No, we've just seen the email.
Yeah.
Well, that's just the email in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've never seen this email before. We've seen the memorandum attached, but I've never seen the email.
The attachment is the same
The
document.
attachment is the same, but I've never seen the cover email. That appears to be an email from Stephen Smith to Tammy Phillips at ECAM, but I've never seen it before.
Okay.
So that clears that up.
Yeah.
So as I said in 13.13, our interpretation of the memorandum, so I'm just referring to the memorandum. The memorandum referred to by Mr. Clearly is not a recommendation of the expert panel. Our interpretation of the memorandum, which is 10 months old, is that it simply explains that the annual average modelling approach is valid from a technical perspective. It does not state that it is to be preferred over the outer envelope approach for Canterbury. Further, it is an opinion from an acoustic expert at Tonkin and Taylor in his personal expert capacity. He's just a noise expert. It does not purport to represent the views of the peer review panel or of Environment Canterbury, the ultimate decision maker of the noise contours. CIL and its advisors remain unclear as to the purpose or status of the memorandum. As we have also discussed with the panel, the fact that the 50 dB ALD and noise contours notified in the Christchurch and Waimakariri IPIs were based on the annual average methodology is not definitive. This is just the notification version, and that was effectively to deal with the immediate legal effect if we didn't have a contour in there. The Section 77K reports that the councils relied on were prepared by Mr. Miller, and they were at the council's request to assess council's preparation of those IPIs and were tailored to the annual average methodology. However, they explicitly state, and Mr. Miller can refer you to this, that the independent experts confirmed the appropriateness of retaining a 50 out of control boundary, but provided ECAM with two recommended options for consideration, being both the outer envelope and annual average. And it needs to be acknowledged that should the ECAM review panel recommend the outer envelope contour be used for land planning or ECAM in some other capacity, then a submission on plan change 14 will be required to give the hearings panel scope to confirm the correct contour and qualifying matter within the district plan. And what the airport has done in both Waimak and in Christchurch is lodge its submission on those IPIs, seeking the outer envelope just to maintain that as an option for decision-making panels as an option. I think I had explained to you before, this does get a little bit tortuous, but in Christchurch City, the annual average is bigger than the operative contour. So the Christchurch notification just has the annual average because the operative one is smaller, so it's subsumed within it. We have then lodged a submission seeking out an envelope, so that is the scope the decision panel has in front of it. And Waimak, the opposite occurs. They notified annual average, but they also notified the operative contour, and there the operative contour is bigger than the annual average. It goes the other way. So they haven't adopted annual average, they've adopted the operative contour, which is bigger. And again, we have lodged a submission seeking the outer envelope, so that for the purposes of scope, that option is there. So we say at through at 13.6, it is not correct to say that the other two councils have preferred the annual average over the outer envelope. They notified the annual average on the basis of section 77 reports, which Mr. Miller actually prepared, specifically tailored only to the annual average. And those section 77K reports were produced for specific circumstances, that is, was to address the risk of MDRS standards having immediate legal effect at the time of notification. And if I can just diverge, obviously in the city, had we not had the annual average for the purposes of notification, which is bigger than the current contour, we would have had a raft of intensification or certificates of compliance, and then a later submission would have been effectively rendered nugatory. No decisions have been made as to what those hearing panels prefer, and they are decisions that are going to be made by independent hearings panels in both cases. CIL submissions on both Christchurch and Waimakariri include the annual average and the outer envelope methodologies. It is therefore very much open that either of the methodologies might be adopted by the decision makers. Furthermore, the operative contour has not been disregarded by the CCC or WDC. In Christchurch City, the annual average contour, which has been notified, is larger than the operative contour, so it's within it. CCC therefore notified the annual average as a qualifying matter to prevent immediate legal effect within that larger area. The opposite occurs at Waimakariri. They've notified both, where the operative contour is larger than the annual average. WDC therefore notified both the operative contour and the annual average. That prevented immediate legal effect within the larger operative contour. We emphasise again that the work done by CIL to assist those councils was in preparation for notification of their IPIs. It was to deal with the immediate legal effect problem. Does not reflect CIL's position on which methodology is more appropriate for Canterbury. As outlined above, now that the remodelled contours have been confirmed from an acoustics perspective, the determination of the final contours for land use planning purposes is going to need economic planning and policy input. The evidential basis in support of CIL's relief, Mr. Cleary in his submission states that this panel has no evidence that a rezoning will compromise the safe and efficient operation of Christchurch Airport. The need to protect and provide for the safe and efficient operation of Christchurch Airport, including via land use controls associated with the contours, has been addressed in the evidence of Mr. Page, Ms. Smith and Ms. Hayman filed for the qualifying matters hearing. And that hearing evidence attached all of the evidence that we had produced during the proposed district plan process, which explains the evidential basis for CIL's relief in greater detail. That evidence presented to this panel explains why residential rezoning of land in areas potentially subject to 50 LDN has the potential to affect the efficient operation, use, development and safety of Christchurch Airport. We note two matters here. Where noise levels of 50 LDN are to be expected by residents has been the subject of a remodelling process, i.e. we have put before the panel the best available evidence, which has recently been updated. However, the operative 50 LDN contour can't be completely disregarded in favour of a remodelled contour until that remodelled contour, whatever it may be, is formally included in the planning framework. At the moment, the information available to the panel includes the operative contour, at least in a policy context, the annual average and the outer envelope. At this stage of information gathering, the panel should adopt the most conservative approach, which we say is the outer envelope, or as a fallback to the operative contour in relation to the PC 71 land.
Okay. Let's see if we have questions arising. Any questions, Rowan? No questions from me either. So now we can have your first witness.
Yes. Now I think because Mr. Cleary is so eager, I might start with Ms. Smith. If you're there, are you there, Laurel? We can't see you at the moment. She might have gone away.
Yes.
To read.
No, you're on here. I'll start my video.
Okay, I'll just ask you if you've had a chance to locate the two documents that Mr. Cleary has referred you to.
I have located them, yep.
The other thing I thought I might get you to make some preliminary comment on before we go into questions is the memorandum from Mr. Humphison at Tonkin and Taylor to Tammy Phillips. whether there's any comments from a noise expert point of view that you'd like to make in relation to that document.
Yes, I could perhaps make those. I have prepared a summary statement of evidence. It might be clearer if I could address that memo after.
We're just going to hand that out. Sorry, that's me jumping ahead.
Right. I'll just make a start on that.
Yes.
Okay, this is a summary statement to clarify the basis for the outer envelope and annual average updated contours presented in my evidence in chief. I'll also comment on the legal submissions from Mr. Gerard Cleary that appear to reference the memo that we've talked about already by Mr. Humphreyson. So the updated contours were prepared in accordance with current best practice using NZS 6805, the Airport Noise Management and Land Use Planning Standard, as a guide. So NZS 6805 recommends that noise boundaries are based on the 24-hour LDN noise exposure, averaged over 3 months, or an alternative period, as agreed by the airport operator and local authority. The standard does not recommend a 12-month average, only a 3-month average or an alternative. I am aware of only one New Zealand airport that has noise limits defined as a 12-month average, and that's Auckland Airport. To my knowledge, the majority of other New Zealand airports apply a 3-month average, or they reference 6805. To be thorough, CIL's expert team prepared updated contours using both a 3-month approach and an alternative 12-month approach to provide both options for the decision-making process. The outer envelope updated contour represents the 3-month average. The annual average updated contour represents the alternative. For Christchurch Airport, determining the 3-month average aircraft operations is more complex than simply finding the busiest 3 months by number of aircraft movements. The direction of runway usage over a given 3 months is also relevant. And this is somewhat complex at Christchurch due to the multiple runways and variable wind conditions. This means the busiest 3-month noise exposure for a receiver located north of the airport might occur in a different 3 months to a receiver located west of the airport. The only way to represent the busiest 3-month exposure for every receiver location is to model the busiest 3 months for each of the 4 runway directions. And this is what the outer envelope updated contour does. In addition to modelling the busiest 3 months of runway usage in each direction, a peaking factor has been applied to the number of annual aircraft movements to account for the busy 3-month peak in movement numbers. So in summary, for a given location, the outer envelope updated contours represent a prediction of the future busiest 3-month noise exposure, the defined averaging period in 6805. The annual average updated contour is a simplification of the fluctuations in aircraft activity and resulting noise exposure that occur throughout a year. It is simply calculated on the 12-month average runway usage and 12-month average number of aircraft movements. So in summary, for a given location, the annual average updated contours represent a prediction of the future 12-month average noise exposure. And now just addressing the memorandum by Mr. Humphreyson. I have read the memorandum and I've identified some statements in the memo that I do not agree with. I also note that Mr. Cleary has misquoted Mr. Humphreyson in paragraph 3.19 of his legal submissions. Mr. Humphreyson does not state that in New Zealand and Australia, annual average contours are the norm. Rather, he states that average contours are the norm. Mr. Cleary also refers to Mr. Humphreysson's description of the outer envelope being a theoretical contour that would never be achieved. I agree that the outer envelope contour, like all future predictions, is theoretical. I also agree that the contour in its entirety would not occur simultaneously, as it represents 4 different runway operating scenarios which cannot occur simultaneously. However, the purpose of the outer envelope contour is to represent a busy 3-month or the busy 3-month noise exposure for all receiver locations, not the simultaneous busy 3-month noise exposure. In summary, this memorandum did not form part of the peer review process final outcomes. That process was limited to the modelling inputs and methodologies and did not involve recommendations regarding which of the 2 options is more appropriate for planning purposes. Now, if we look at Mr. Humperson's memorandum, so just try to find that reference. Okay, there are just a few things that I picked up that I don't agree with. Firstly, in the first paragraph, the runway splits are derived over a 20-year period, not a 10-year period. The final sentence of paragraph 2 is where Mr. Humperson states the outer envelope contour is a theoretical contour that would never be achieved. You know, and that is factually correct, but that's not the intent of that contour. It's not supposed to represent something that could be achieved simultaneously, as I explained. In paragraph 3, second sentence, that is where Mr. Cleary has misquoted Mr. Humperson. Mr. Humperson has said, in New Zealand and Australia, average contours are the norm, with or without a picking factor applied to represent a busy period. For some airports which have reasonably consistent movements, regardless of the time of the year, there is minimal difference between a busy 3-month contour. Well, Christchurch Airport is not an airport that has reasonably consistent movements, regardless of the time of year. There are a lot of fluctuations, in particular to do with the wind conditions and having that cross runway. I think it's important to understand the context that Mr. Humperson may have written this under, and something that's not clear in the standard either is when we're talking about the busiest 3 months, is that the busiest 3 months of aircraft movements only, or the busiest 3 months of runway usage? And we need to apply both of those factors when we're considering what is the busiest 3 months. I think just in the final paragraph there, where Mr. Humperson has made his recommendation for consistency with NZS 605 and standard practice, annual average contours are most appropriate. Well, actually, New Zealand standard practice, as I've already stated, is to use a 3-month average. I only know of Auckland Airport that uses the 12-month, and 605 default is 3-month average as well. So I don't fully agree with Mr. Humperson's final conclusion.
Thank you.
So now, Ms. Smith, Mr. Cleary is going to ask you some questions. If you could just answer those questions, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Just in the last paragraph of your supplementary evidence, you say that the process was limited to the modelling inputs and methodologies and did not involve recommendations regarding which of the 2 options is the more appropriate for planning purposes. Yeah. Okay. So you're essentially saying, A, that no recommendation would be made between the 2 options?
That's right.
Okay, and in terms of the documentation provided to the peer review panel, I just want to quote you the following from the documentation. It says, both the outer envelope and annual average options are technically valid methods of calculating noise contours. Both of these methods are used at various airports in New Zealand. The 2 options are therefore provided for the independent panel of experts' consideration and decision. So do you think that decision is simply deciding between the, deciding between the options, or is it something else?
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that final sentence?
Yeah, so when the information provided is for the panel's consideration and decision, there are 2 options, does not imply that there will be a decision between the 2 options.
Well, that may be what you could read from that sentence, and maybe incorrect. I wasn't involved in defining the panel's scope, but my understanding is as we worked together with the panel, that was not part of our scope. We were not to make recommendations on the which of the two.
And in terms, you don't have the covering correspondence with the memorandum from 14th of July. And I just want to outline to you that correspondence is from a Stephen Smith at Recondo, and he is the chair of the peer review panel.
I'm sorry, I don't know how this witness can comment on a document that she hasn't seen and she has no knowledge of.
Oh, well, I can ask the same question of Ms. Heyman then.
Well, you can ask her, but you're going to get the same answer.
Sorry, Ms. F, we could just have the question.
Yep.
Now, in terms of that covering email, Ms. Smith doesn't have that, but you could just, it's only 3 lines long, you could just read it out.
Yep. So the heading to this correspondence is expert panel recommendation, re annual average day versus outer envelope contour options. It says, please find a memo drafted by Darren Humphreys that represents the expert panel's opinion related to average annual day versus the outer envelope contour options. In summary, the expert panel concurred that the annual average day is preferred based on existing guidelines and policy. That's a clear recommendation, is it not?
It sounds like that is a recommendation from the panel. That's not part of the work that we were working on. The panel together with, it was to produce 2 sets of contours. And that's as far as that level of work went.
Is it a recommendation or not?
Well, I didn't make the recommendation, so I can't really comment.
No, I'm sorry. Is it a recommendation?
Well, you can read that email as well as I can read it, interpret it as you will. But I didn't make that recommendation, so I can't make the statement of whether it is a recommendation or not. I was not part of that expert panel, so.
No, I'm just asking you if you've got a document entitled recommendation. I'm asking you, is that a recommendation? It's a straightforward question.
My understanding of the meaning of the word recommendation is that it is a recommendation, yes.
Thank you. And you've been involved in the expert update documentation provided to the panel, have you not?
I've been involved in developing that documentation.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're aware of the Marshall Day analysis of between the outer envelope and annual average?
I'm aware there was some summary about those 2 options, yes, in the draft report.
And you're aware
last year.
And you're aware that that documentation that you were involved with stated that it's suggested that the annual average contour is the best fit?
I wouldn't agree that that's what the documentation says.
Okay. So you'd agree the issue of annoyance is central. The issue of annoyance is central to the airport's position in the sense that it says that the more people that may be annoyed by aircraft noise, the greater the chance of complaints.
Am I aware of that? Yes.
Yes. Would you accept that annoyance levels may be influenced by a range of factors, including the frequency of the noise, seasonal variations, time of day, level of insulation that's required under New Zealand building code, etc.?
Yes.
Okay, and sort of, is there an issue from the airport's point of view about outdoor amenity?
I don't know about from the airport's point of view.
Sorry, from your point of view, is there an issue with airport noise and effects on amenity?
Yes.
And that issue of outdoor amenity may also depend, or effects on outdoor amenity may also depend on seasonal variations.
Yes, that sounds sensible to me. Yes.
So in Christchurch, the busiest 3 months may differ throughout the year.
Depending on the receiver location, yes.
Yes. But the busiest 3 months at the airport fluctuate, do they not, from year to year?
In terms of aircraft movements, I
Yes.
understand that correct, yes.
Yes, okay. So if the busiest 3 months were at a certain time of year where outdoor amenity wasn't particularly important, then that isn't an effect, is it?
If outdoor amenity was not important, then it is less of an effect.
It isn't an effect. Put it to you.
It depends
Said
on the
it's
amount of
less an
importance.
effect.
Sorry?
The witness just said it's less of an effect.
So isn't that, Ms. Smith, a practical illustration of why levels of annoyance should be based on a 12-month exposure basis?
Could you clarify your logic there?
Yes, well, the recommendation from the panel and MDA's own analysis refers to annoyance studies being undertaken on the basis of 12 months exposure. So in other words, you have to assess 12 months exposure in order to determine levels of annoyance.
If you are to rely on the research directly, yes, there is a link directly between the research being based on the respondents' 12 months exposure. Then yes, that is the direct link between a 12-month noise contour and the research.
And not 3 months.
That's right, but I believe both are still both a 3-month exposure and a 12-month exposure are reasonable to consider for a number of reasons.
So moving on, can you confirm that the new contours have been modelled on the basis of the ultimate capacity of the airport?
That's my understanding, yes.
Can you advise with any accuracy when this land or the PC71 land or the land in question will be affected by air noise to the level modelled 50 dBA?
No, I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. I wasn't involved in, it's outside my area of expertise in forecasting, and I don't recall from the other reports what the year for the projection was, sorry.
So you're aware that the growth figures do not show capacity being reached for at least 50 years?
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So can I take you to that statement of evidence? So that's, if you could pull it, just hold on a second, I need to provide this to the panel. So Ms. Smith, if I'll take you to your 5th of May 2021 evidence.
Yes, I have that, yep.
If I could take you to paragraph 55.
Just a minute, can you just pause while the documents are handed out?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
If I could take you to your paragraph 55.
Yes.
If there you state, in the middle of the paragraph, a 30-year planning horizon is typical for noise contours at New Zealand's major airports, and using the 2050 forecast, that was a 30-year period for Wellington, is suitably conservative insofar as noise assessment is concerned, as this is effectively worst case.
Yes.
And you're still of that opinion?
The opinion that a lifespan of, sorry, let me just read the paragraph. A 30-year planning horizon, is that what you're referring to?
Yes. You say that that's worst case scenario, essentially the worst case scenario in terms of noise assessment.
I can't recall the context that was made in that regard, in terms of being the worst case. But in terms of a 30-year planning horizon being typical, that doesn't mean that we must apply a 30-year planning horizon to all airports. That was just my understanding of the typical planning horizon that's used. I think that's the horizon that's used at Auckland Airport. The previous one, I believe, at Wellington was related more to the runway capacity. And obviously, I'm aware that Christchurch Airport is based on a capacity scenario as well.
Yes, but you're saying in general terms, are you not, that the 30-year scenario is worst case?
Well, that particular situation, that's what I concluded.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that that applies throughout the country.
You do say it's typical for noise contours because it represents the worst case scenario. So
And I think it's saying it's suitably conservative.
So, yeah. So what I'm putting to you, what I'm going to put you, Ms. Smith, is that the noise assessment that's based on at least 50 years, or possibly an indeterminate period is beyond worst case scenario.
I don't necessarily agree, but I do believe that this is outside my area of expertise in terms of forecasting for airport operations.
Quite clearly in Wellington, you thought a 30-year horizon was within your area of expertise.
Well, my statement there says that it was suitably conservative insofar as noise assessment is concerned.
Yeah. And I understand, I take it it's your position, is it not, that you support the airport's position, which is to prevent intensification within areas subject to the outer envelope contour?
Yes, I do support that in the context of Christchurch Airport. From a noise effects perspective, of course, that's as far as I can have any input to that process.
Can I take you to your summary statement of evidence dated 18th May?
Yep.
I take you to paragraph 23.
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, I would ask the question, you understand the context of this evidence that you gave? Perhaps if you read from 21 onwards.
I have read, yes, just earlier.
Okay. In the middle of paragraph 23, you say, the implications of avoiding noise-sensitive activities below 55 dBA around New Zealand airports would be significant. And for urban areas, it would be impracticable. You remain of that opinion?
It is an overall statement, yes. It's an overall, yes.
Okay. And is that statement consistent with your position in support of restricting or avoiding noise-sensitive activities in the 50 contour?
Yeah, I think there are specific approaches in specific locations throughout the country, and that's why land use planning does vary throughout the country from airport to airport. But Wellington Airport, they only have a 65 LDN air noise boundary, and that's the only control that they have in their district plan. But obviously we're aware that Wellington has been surrounded by houses ever since it was built. And there are a large number of houses within that 65 contour. So, I mean, in that context, certainly trying to avoid noise sensitive activities out beyond, well, when the air noise boundary is put in place, trying to avoid noise sensitivities beyond 65 was impracticable. And that's why they only have a 65 there. In other locations, it is impractical, such as Auckland, and I'm familiar with the urban environment surrounding Auckland Airport. So yes, in that situation, it is impractical. We have an airport such as Christchurch, where it's located surrounded by quite a large area of rural land, then that becomes less impractical.
I'm talking about intensification within existing urban areas. Is that practicable off Christchurch?
Well, that's really outside my area. That involves a lot more to do with town planning.
Well, I'm sorry, but Ms. Smith, this was the opinion you gave in Wellington.
Yes.
So why do you evade giving an opinion in terms of the urban areas of Christchurch?
Well,
why would it be practicable or in urban areas of Christchurch, but not in Wellington?
That was an overall statement. The statement says the implications of avoiding noise sensitive activities below 55 around New Zealand airports would be significant.
Yeah.
So I stand by. If we're considering all of the airports in New Zealand, that is a significant impact, because there are already a large number of noise sensitive activities within those areas. And there's a huge, obviously, there's a big variation in the existing land use currently around those airports. So it's an overall statement rather than looking specifically at a specific case.
And then further on, your paragraph 25, you refer in support of a data set that concludes that 10% of people are highly annoyed at 53 dBA. So that's another level entirely.
I don't think I provide preference for that. I'm just suggesting there are alternative research apart from the one that the WHO guidelines are based on.
Yeah. So I'm just going to interject here. Mr. Carey, the purpose of the cross-examination is to assist the panel in making its decision. I'm just wondering what decision that we would be required to make this line of questioning will assist us with.
It's relating to either intensification or within, because the airport has thought that the outer envelope contour apply to existing zone land, which would prevent intensification. Okay, and they've also sought to prevent rezoning of land within the outer envelope contour, and that's within the 50 dBA. What I'm saying is that Ms. Smith has provided evidence that's saying that avoiding noise sensitive activities below a higher level around New Zealand Airport would have significant implications, and for urban areas would be impractical, but hasn't said why that is the case here.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with the relevance to the decision that we're required to make as a panel. The evidence legal submissions we had from the airport at last week's hearing was that even if we were minded to refer to the outer envelope, the airport would not be seeking to, what I think the words were, claw back any existing residential development within that envelope.
Yes, but at the same time, obviously the airport is asking the panel to make a decision to actually restrict or to adopt the outer envelope as a qualifying matter for existing residential land that is beyond challenge.
Yeah.
And the justification.
Well, I'm not sure the airport is asking us to do that.
I'm sorry, but that's clearly what it's asking you to do.
And is the airport asking us to do that?
Yeah, so if I can clarify, so we are talking about, I think, the slither between the existing contour and the updated outer envelope insofar as it relates to the PC 71 land, but not where it goes on to other parties' land. So we're talking about the bit between the red and the green. We have said we're not seeking to claw back what was achieved through PC 71 and what was achieved through the proposed plan hearing, because we didn't have that updated contour. So we have no objection to that bit between the red and the green going from rural to GRZ. We do have an issue with it being further intensified under this process. So no problem with it going residential. We're just dealing with that slither. It's the residential to MDRS, i.e. intensification, and where we say we're not turning back the clock, where we've got existing houses built, we're obviously not requiring them to be taken out, which is what Ms. Smith is referring to, where she says it's impractical to avoid noise sensitive activities in urban areas where you've already got houses. Given that these houses have not yet been built, we would say that in this particular case, there is the ability to prevent further intensification through this process beyond what has been sought in the proposed plan process.
So essentially they're asking that the outer envelope contour apply as a qualifying matter for that land.
But to prevent further intensification between the red and the green from residential to MDRS. And the reason we say that is because the houses haven't been built yet, so the impracticality issue doesn't arise.
Just sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to understand the context of where we're going with this. So if you look at Daryl Miller's evidence, page 21 of 22. So can you bring that up? Mr. Cleary, can you bring that up?
So which hearing, which piece of evidence? 5 May?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Daryl Miller's evidence, page 21 of 22.
Yeah.
And it's the evidence. I've got it under this hearing. You're not opposing, did you say, a GRZ zoning within that chunk?
Between the red and the green?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we don't want further intensification.
Yeah.
And that's because we didn't have the contour at the time of the proposed plan, so we couldn't, and we're not seeking to wind back what we didn't have at the time that we prepared at that hearing. And if I can just explain it, if we just go back to paragraph 21 of Mr. Miller's, and he can probably talk about this as well. It says that objective says including by avoiding noise sensitive activities within the 50 LDN airport noise contour. We interpret that to mean, and I think I explained this to the panel last week, land which would be subject to levels of 50 LDN, not the 50 LDN airport noise contour as shown in map A. So those are the two subtle differences. So we do not read that policy as saying avoid within the map A contour. We say the qualifying area is defined by the evidence, i.e. evidence that shows where people will be subjected to levels of 50 LDN or greater. Now, I accept that that's an interpretation exercise and Mr. Miller can talk to that, but it's how you define the qualifying matter. Is it that area covered by map A? Or is it as a result of the evidence that the panel has areas which will be subjected to 50?
Yeah, just pause. I'm still not clear what your position currently is. So, how can I make
So are we
this clear?
talking?
This one?
Oh, sorry, we've got a different map.
Well, this is the
Yeah.
map and the evidence before us.
It's 22, it's page 22. It's not.
Yeah, we're talking at cross purposes. We're
Page-
talking, yeah.
Page 22.
Well, which is the correct map?
So the map that our evidence relates to is the one on the back of Mr. Miller's evidence dated 5 May 2023,
Very last page.
Yes.
Appendix 2.
Yes.
All right. So now I'm looking at this picture. Oops, got a Netflix thing come up. This one.
Yes.
So that's what you were referring to.
Yes.
So just repeat then. Let me just turn that around. 'Cause it's on the right. Sorry, Mr. Cleary, to interrupt. I just want to be
No, that's okay. That's okay. Well,
just want to be crystal clear what the airport's position is, and that
Yeah.
may obviously assist with whatever questions you want to ask. So the red line is the operative.
Yes.
The green line is the outer envelope.
Yes.
So what is your position on residential zoning, first of all, within the red line? So not between the green and the red, just between the red and the boundary of the purple.
That is no residential zoning, and that's the evidence we gave
Yep.
at PC 71 and in the proposed plan hearing.
Yep. And then your position between the red and the green?
Residential zoning, but no intensification. And that's because we didn't have a green line at the time of the proposed plan hearings.
Okay.
And off-site, we accept that it would be a breach of natural justice to start extending that to, for example, the existing urban area down here.
Yep. Okay, that's right. So I just want to clarify that. So Ms. Cleary, back to you.
That's it. So, well, Ms. Smith doesn't have the red and green. But so the summary is that the airport is seeking to avoid rezoning within the outer envelope contour
Avoid intensification
and avoid intensification in between the operative contour
and the green.
and the green contour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, so avoid rezoning within the red and avoid intensification between the red and the green.
Yeah, and so the purpose of the question is in terms of Ms. Smith has said that avoiding noise sensitive activities under 55 would have significant implications that would be impracticable as a general statement
For urban areas.
for urban areas.
And by that, our position is urban areas where houses have been built. The impracticality arises from the fact the house is already there.
Yeah. Okay, so Ms. Smith, what are the significant implications for land that has been zoned?
Pardon, I don't understand the question.
Okay, if land has been zoned,
Zoned what?
zoned for residential development and intensification, the airport seeks to avoid intensification of that land. What are the implications here?
Are you referring to the statement that I've made about the implications, or are you referring
Yes.
to just noise implications?
Yes, what are the implications in the present circumstances?
I'm still not sure I quite understand the question, but we have an area of land that is not developed that is affected by aircraft noise, then certainly that is ideally to avoid the noise effects on a greater number of people. You would not develop that land for residential activity.
So, sorry. So what are the implications of preventing intensification of land that is zoned residential?
Well, that reduces the number of people affected by aircraft noise.
Okay, but what are the other implications?
I'm sorry, she can only answer the question from a noise perspective.
I just wonder what, in terms of her previous evidence, when she talks about the implications being significant, were you just talking from a noise perspective there?
Probably not from a noise perspective there. That was more indicating to that there are practicalities of trying to implement theoretical research in a real life situation. And in that situation, this was responding to submissions that were suggesting that the WHO guidelines recommendation that we should avoid any noise sensitive activities down to noise levels as low as 45, that we should follow those guidelines. And so the context of my evidence in paragraph 23 was to highlight that when you can't always put research into practice, because there are practicalities that need to be taken into consideration.
So just finally, so you haven't actually, you haven't set out the implications in the present circumstances?
No. No, I haven't been asked to consider those. What my evidence is about presenting the two sets of contours that we've produced.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just see now if the panel have any questions for you, Ms. Smith. I didn't have my microphone on before. Neither of my colleagues have any questions for you, and nor do I. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Hayman next. Is there anything you wanted to comment on or say, or are you happy to go straight to questions?
I just would like to comment on the email that Mr. Cleary has provided, and that insofar as this is the first time we've seen this email, and it doesn't look like anyone on CIL's expert panel has also been provided with this email or understanding of that what so-called recommendation. And I guess from the airport's perspective, our panel has been operating from the 4th of July 2022 up until when we provided the final contours in May this year with two versions of the modelling methodology. So our panel was never instructed by ECAN's panel to just produce the annual average, as which this email kind of indicates that's the decision they've made, but we were never, that was never communicated to the airport, and we never acted on it.
All right. So, Mr. Curry, do you have questions for Ms. Hayman?
Just to, sorry, just to refresh your memory, but that documentation was made available in the proposed plan hearings.
I have no memory of that, sorry.
Yeah.
So I've definitely seen the memo. I don't disagree with that, but I haven't seen this email.
So you don't, do you disagree that, or do you agree that it is a recommendation?
It could be interpreted that way, but I guess I'm really surprised by this email, because that recommendation has never been passed on to the team who were undertaking the review, or the airport side of the noise contouring experts.
Yeah, I mean, is it not black and white? It is a recommendation.
No, not from my perspective.
Yeah.
No.
And
I
why
mean,
do you say that?
Well, because I guess so that the airport, our experts so the expert panel review process, which has been going on for a considerable amount of time and has been incredibly thorough, involved the airport experts putting together noise contours out to our ultimate capacity. That was then reviewed. First of all, ECAN put together a panel, and this panel was tasked with reviewing the technical aspects of the noise contour remodeling process. ECAN's panel went away for quite a few months, reviewed all of our technical documentation, and then came back to our panel with a bunch of questions. Our panel then deciphered those questions, and this was chaired by Sebastian Hawkins of Airbus. We then went back to ECAN's panel and said, hey, this is how we understand your questions. This is what we're planning to do to answer them. Have we interpreted your questions correctly, yes or no? There was a bit of discussion between the group of experts to ensure that everyone was working under the same assumptions. Once an agreement was made, our experts went away and collated all the information and took to answer those questions. The answers to those questions were then provided to ECAN's panel. ECAN's panel reviewed them, and there was even further correspondence on whether or not there was agreement on what those questions were answering. We finally got to a point where everybody agreed on what the appropriate inputs to the modelling process should be. And then at that point, Marshall Day remodelled the noise contours. Throughout that entire process, to my knowledge, Christchurch International Airport's experts were never directed to only model the annual average, and were never directed that a decision was made that the annual average was an appropriate modelling methodology. And from the airport's perspective, I would be quite concerned if the panel were making recommendations, because they are experts, and they're amazing group of experts who can decipher and produce technical noise contours that accurately represent our noise footprint out to ultimate capacity, but they're not the right experts to understand how those noise contours are represented in a policy framework. And that's a piece of work that requires input from acoustic experts, economic experts, and planning experts. So we've kind of always approached this process that it's really two clear, distinct processes. The first one is technical. What is the noise footprint? And that's the most complicated part, or the part that's the hardest to explain. And then the next part is the policy decision, which includes which modelling methodology is the most appropriate one.
Okay. Right. Sorry to labour the point, but the document is entitled Recommendation, Expert Panel Recommendation. And the document says that the panel concurs that the annual average there is preferred based on existing guidelines and policy. You agree that's what it says?
Yeah, that's what the words on the page say, but I guess
that's the recommendation.
The recommendation was never provided to the other half of the panel who are doing the work.
That's not the point. And just for some further questions, you have known that the outer envelope contour has, for a long time, the outer envelope contour has a larger footprint. And you've known that while all the other councils have been preparing their intensification planning instruments?
I was made aware of the extent of the outer envelope at the same time as everyone else was. So the airport doesn't have any, we're not privy to any information prior to anyone else.
No, well, you prepared the information on November 2021. The outer envelope contour had a larger footprint. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
As part of the full package of information.
And you've been in regular contact with the planning departments from both Waimak and Christchurch City Council?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
More so the city, to be perfectly honest.
And you have asked independent consultants to prepare noise planning and policy analysis as to the appropriate contour to apply as a qualifying matter?
No, not then that, not as directly as that, no.
Okay, well, what can you explain to me?
The city reached out to us to understand how the NPSUD and the Enabling Housing Act would apply in a qualified matter in a noise contour context. The city did not reach out to us and ask us to apply the annual average as a qualified matter.
So did you not engage consultants to actually consider that matter?
No. Yeah, the city did, but we didn't. Yeah.
So the city, so correct me if I'm wrong, the city engaged, for example, Mr. Miller to do his analysis.
No,
You engaged.
we engaged them, but we did not engage Mr. Miller to do an assessment of the the outer envelope as a qualified matter.
Are you sure about that?
Yep.
Okay. So you just basically asked him to do an assessment of the annual average?
No, we did not ask him to do that. We looked at how the noise contours would apply as in the sense of a qualifying matter. And that started by looking at what the operative contour was at that time. And this has been an incredibly long and to be honest, quite confusing process for everyone involved, particularly the airport, in that as the noise contour remodeling process has evolved, we have had new information that we've had to scramble to apply in all the various planning processes. And I think Ms. Appleyard's evidence last 2 weeks ago was a really great summary of just how confusing this has been, in remembering at what times we had different whole plan review processes, variations across both the city and Waimakariri and Selwyn, and how this relates to which contour was applied. And it's a timing nuance and also a nuance around how this relates to the extent of the operative contour.
So just so I'm clear, so are you saying that your consultants were not engaged to consider the outer envelope contour?
Yeah, not yet. And we didn't specifically engage our consultants to look at any specific contour option, because the contour options have evolved as this process has evolved, and from the very onset, the only certain contour has been the operative one. So I guess our consultants and the airport's engagement of them has just evolved as the different understanding of where noise effects are modelled to be experienced out to the airport's ultimate capacity.
So I might just butt in again, just to help our understanding. When you say both of you consultants, what consultants are you referring to?
Mr. Miller.
So you're referring to Mr. Miller when you say our consultants. Mr. Cleary, what consultants are you referring to?
Mr. Miller and also Marshall Day were involved.
Marshall Day involved in what, sorry?
Oh, sorry, Marshall Day involved in WIMAC and the City Council.
Well, there's a difference between what we've put in our submission, which we haven't yet prepared evidence on, and we will be preparing evidence on for the city hearing and the WIMAC hearing. So what we've put in our submission and the work that was done at the request of the councils for the purposes of notification. So when we get to a hearing, Mr. Miller will be giving evidence, but he hasn't done that work yet on the outer envelope contour. All he was asked to do for the purposes of helping the councils at the particular time of notification was an annual average. That is not CIL's position. CIL's position is quite clear in its submissions. In both councils, they seek out an envelope. We haven't yet produced the evidence. We're nowhere near an evidence timetable for doing that, but Mr. Miller will be doing that when he gives his evidence for PC14 and for the WIMAC hearing. That's the summary of it. So there's a difference between what the city asked us to do for notification to assist them and what CIL's position is in terms of the scope that it's asked for in its submissions, which we haven't yet written evidence for.
I'll just move on. Ms. Hayman, can you explain why your growth projections for annual air traffic movements have been highly inaccurate for many decades now?
I can't really answer that. I'm not a aviation forecasting expert, and I actually don't even know if that's a correct statement, to be honest.
You don't.
I can't answer that because I'm not an expert.
So if Ms. Aston's evidence where she refers predicted growth coming from your documentation, predicted growth of double what it actually is. So you don't think that that's inaccurate?
I think that you raise a really good point in that the reason Christchurch International Airport always has modelled its contours out to ultimate capacity is because forecasts are inevitably always incorrect. And our lessons learned from watching our peer airports and how they've modelled noise contours previously is you're setting yourself up to fail if you model to a forecast. And I mean, COVID's been a really great example of that. The forecast has changed significantly and as a result of COVID. We had this crazy time when we had no aircraft flying. And that is, I guess, to your point, that is why I wouldn't rely on a forecast to inform, it does inform the noise contour modelling inputs, but it's not what you model the contours to.
So Ms. Aston refers to a decline in aircraft numbers.
I don't know, to be honest.
you don't know?
I would need to refer to Airbus, who are our aviation experts and who also were are the experts on the noise contour panel, who have calculated the ultimate capacity number and understand all the forecasts.
But that evidence is about the clear decline from the early 2000s to 2000 to the present day. You're not aware of that.
I'm not sure what evidence you're referring to, sorry.
Okay. Well, it's evidence drawn from your own noise contouring reports.
So as a result of the COVID pandemic, there was clearly a decline in the aircraft numbers.
I said from early 2000s, even before COVID.
I cannot comment on that.
So you don't dispute that part of Ms. Aston's evidence?
I'm sorry, she's not an expert on aircraft forecasting, and actually neither is Miss Aston. So
yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
I'm not saying. So I'm putting it to you that you have no idea, do you, or you can't provide any certainty as when the PC71 land might be affected by air noise.
No, and I think from my perspective, the work done for the noise contour remodeling process would not inform that question. And it all goes back to the fundamental understanding of noise contours are modeled out to ultimate capacity, which is the very proactive and thought through decision on at some stage, if Christchurch International Airport wants to reach its ultimate capacity for air traffic movements, which enables the economic prosperity of Canterbury, of the South Island and New Zealand, then this is the noise that we could generate. We don't know what year that's going to be achieved. And I think you'd be kind of silly to try and put a number on it, because there, as history has taught us, there's things that happen that completely change that. And SARS epidemic, 9/11, COVID, that has all had quite a big impact on the global aviation sector and changes. Generally, the pattern is that there's a drop and then there's a rebound, and the time it takes for that rebound to occur is different in every circumstance and depends on a lot of different things. So it would be foolhardy to try and put a year on when that area of land might actually be exposed to aircraft noise. But that's not the point of the noise contours. The noise contours are there to ensure that the noise environment that Christchurch International Airport is capable of making at any time is represented accurately. And that for the same context, you could say that in 2025 there might be this crazy demand to fly to New Zealand, and our aeronautical team do a fantastic job and go and get all of these new airlines to fly to Christchurch, and we reach our ultimate capacity in 2025. Could happen.
Okay, so you basically, you can't say with any certainty that the land will ever be affected.
Yeah, I can say with certainty that it will eventually. I just don't know when that will be.
And that's within your area of expertise, is it?
As an airport person, I guess I do understand, and I understand why we model to ultimate capacity with the approach that ultimate capacity is something that we would reach at some point. And that is, there's a thorough process that Airbus and the experts run for us to understand what inputs are needed to reach a sensible ultimate capacity. And I guess I do trust our experts that they're not being fanciful on what our ultimate capacity would be.
So it could be 100 years, it could be 200 years.
Or it could be 2 years.
Could be, well.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean, I put it to you that that's completely fanciful given the decline in aircraft traffic movements. Is it not?
People want to travel? I don't know. I'm not a tourism expert, but and I guess that's the whole point of modelling ultimate capacity. It's just giving you those options without having any certainty around when it will be reached.
So the costs that you are prepared to impose on our clients and on the community, you're happy to impose those costs, realizing that those costs essentially are that loss, shall we say, those opportunity costs or loss of development rights.
I guess I'm not an economist, so I don't have any idea about
Yeah.
what the cost would be. And my area, and I guess I feel acutely my responsibility, to be perfectly honest, is that the airport knows that to maintain and provide Christchurch, Canterbury, New Zealand and the South Island with the economic prosperity and to enable communities to connect with the rest of New Zealand and the world, we are going to make noise. And it is the sensible and the responsible thing to do to try and limit the amount of people who live in those environments that are undesirable. And as a person whose role also sits on the other end of noise and manages noise complaints and deals with members of the community who are really agitated by aircraft noise, I really want to ensure that we try and limit the amount of people that are exposed to that environment, because it's not nice, and it's not nice for anyone involved.
But you're not an expert on that either, are you?
I'm not saying I'm an expert,
Yeah.
but I do experience firsthand what happens when people get annoyed by aircraft noise.
Okay, and the implications of the new noise contours will be that a significantly larger number of people and population will be affected by your contours.
No, we haven't done that analysis yet, so I'm not actually sure. The new noise contours have definitely changed shape, but I'm not sure about what that means for the number of houses and the area of residential zoning that's within the new noise contours.
You've done that analysis for Christchurch City, but that's fine. Okay, I've got no more questions.
No.
Just turn my microphone on. I just asked Ms. Appleyard if she had any re-examining questions for Ms. Hayman. I'll see now if the panel has any questions for you, Ms. Hayman. Raymond?
No.
Lindsay?
No, well, I'm still a little bit confused, and I apologise that you had a hearing on this similar sort of issue a week or two ago, but just in terms of the role of the two panels, and which has manifested itself in the email. So there was a panel appointed by ECAN to give advice, and then it went to another panel from.
No, so CIL produced, using its experts, a set of draft contours.
Yeah.
And they then went to
A
an
review panel.
Independent review panel for peer review. So CIL went first with its own experts, and then ECAN have spent how long? 2 years. 2 years reviewing CIL's work. And in this email addressees, there's no one from the airport's panel that received this email. We did receive
through a different email chain, a copy of this memo, but not the covering email, which is where the quite interesting recommendation word is used.
So that review panel was made up of
So it's
acoustic.
aviation experts and acoustic experts. So
Yeah,
there's no planner
yeah.
on there, there's no economist.
So with the terms of reference to provide advice to ECAN
To
or
ECAN,
to
to ECAN.
CIL.
No, to peer review ECAN's, to peer review CIA's work, our work.
Yeah.
But what obviously they do is because it's a peer review, they're working with CIL's team, and the party that's pushing the button on the modelling to produce the expert panels lines is Marshall Day, which is how we know what the output's going to be. We have not yet seen the peer review report.
So that probably was going to be my next question. The review panel still has a role.
The review panel
presumably.
hasn't produced its report yet. All we
Okay.
know is that Marshall Day have been asked to push the button for the last time. So we have not yet seen the technical peer review panel's report. We do not, however, understand the scope of that panel's review to be anything other than are the lines in the right place.
Yeah. So as a result of pushing the button for the last time, you have the contours which are shown in
Yes,
appendix
and
2
yes.
of Mr. Miller's evidence.
Yes, and just if I can explain, we felt we had an obligation to put the most relevant information we had at the time in front of the panel, and Mr. Cleary rang me and said, do you have the updated contours?
Yeah.
Explained to the chair last time when another council asked me if I've got that information, I feel obliged to give it. So Mr. Cleary asked me if we had the updated lines. I gave him the updated lines. And that was the same day as Mr. Miller had to put his evidence in for the general and residential hearing. So it was included in his evidence as well. So we are simply providing the panel with the most updated information we have. We do not have the report from the peer review panel of ECAN yet.
So the peer review panel report will say,
Here's where the
here's
lines
where
are.
the lines are.
Yeah.
But will the peer review panel actually talk about land use implications and?
No, because they do not
those
have the
sorts of
expertise to
things?
make those sort of.
So is it ultimately the 3 different council panels that are going to have to determine this?
Well, the 3 different, ideally it would be the GCP and it would be ahead of the RPS review in December 2024. That was plan A.
Yeah.
What has unfortunately happened is that the 3 hearings panels, because of the Enabling Act, have got their processes ahead of ECAN's process.
Yeah, no, appreciate all that, but there is implications for the gap in between. The green
So in the gap
line
in between,
and the red
unfortunately,
line.
yeah, so unfortunately for you, or fortunately, we gave you the information we had on the day we put the evidence in, which we had 2 lines. By the time we get to PC 14 in the city, which is their intensification, we're going to have more information. And by the time we get to Waimakariri, which is not only their intensification, it's also their whole district plan review process, which is in February, we're going to have more information. So we can only come with what we've got at the time. All 3 of those processes are going to be ahead of Environment Canterbury. And I did say last week, and Mr. Cleary and I are completely in agreement on this, that if the regional council would show some leadership and get ahead of their plan review in December 2024 and come out with a bespoke updated contour and change to map A, that would make everybody very happy, because we'd all have an answer and I wouldn't have to be going to district plan panels saying, well, it could be this or it could be that, but ECAN haven't told us yet.
Yeah, and do you think it's open to the review panel to make an overall recommendation to ECAN?
Sorry,
that,
which review panel?
No, the authors of this email, it's got to go back to, they haven't produced their report, but is it open to them to make a recommendation that they use an annual as opposed to a 3-month rolling average?
My understanding is that the scope of what they've been asked to do is no, but I may be wrong. Mr. Cleary seems to have a different indication as to what is going to come out of that panel. My understanding of the scope of their work is that they are reviewing the technical inputs into the model, which is, have we got the aircraft forecasts right? Have we got the flight tracks right? Have we got, so we are not expecting that outcome. Mr. Cleary seems to think that maybe they will come out and say something, but our view of what we understand the scope of the panel to be is that no. What we are expecting is that ECAN is then going to get a group of experts together that look at things like housing supply, economics, planning and policy, and add, effectively a new expert panel, and they're going to come up with something ahead of notifying the change to their RPS.
Yeah.
But we're not at that stage yet.
So what is open to us to decide on? You're giving us these new additional lines which are different and they're bigger than the operative plan.
Yes.
One's good.
So we have a policy, we say, which is a qualifying matter that says, depending on interpretation, as a qualifying matter, do not intensify within areas exposed to 50 LDN. We've given evidence through the proposed plan process, and so we say we have evidence to show that the qualifying matter area should be based on what the updated information is about where people will experience 50 LDN or greater, so that evidentially you have the ability to decide on updated information that the line is at the green, not the red. What you don't have the ability to do is obviously rewrite the RPS policy, but you do have the ability on the evidence to decide where people will experience effects of 50 LDN.
Yeah, no, understood, but it would be slightly more straightforward if the line came in than the line came out in terms of existing expectations, which is where Mr. Cleary's.
And I did say to the panel chair last week that if I hadn't received this information for another 3 weeks, that would have made life a lot easier. But when Mr. Miller has to write evidence with a code of conduct and saying that he's providing you with the most updated information, and Mr. Cleary has asked me if I have updated contours, I'm obliged to give him the information, and our witnesses are obliged to give it to you.
And the other complicating factor, Commissioner Dash, is that the plan is, the variation one is notified to not include the airport noise contour as a qualifying matter, because at that time there was no residential land within that operative contour, it was only rural.
Yeah,
so it's not,
I appreciate that.
It's not a qualifying matter as before us in terms of the notified provisions. And there's been no assessment done by the council in that regard.
Thank you.
And that's
questions
all very unhappy timing, and we wish it weren't this as well. And I'm sure Mr. Cleary wishes it wasn't this as well. So, but we have to provide you with what we have.
Yep. So, Ms. Hayman, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we've been going for a wee bit now. So let's take a. Oh, sorry, Ms. Cleary, do you have questions for Mr. Miller?
I just have a few actually. Yeah.
How long?
A couple of hours. No, 10 minutes.
All right, well, let's proceed with Mr. Miller, and then we'll have a, just in terms of the other submitter that we're going to hear from today, which is also you, Ms. Appleyard, CSI, Carter Group Property Limited and RIDL. What did you anticipate that involving?
So I had indicated that we weren't wanting to cross-examine Mr. Foy.
You don't need any more.
No, well, I'll come to why that is, but so had you seen the memorandum I filed yesterday about why we didn't feel we need to?
It was in response to the minute that we issued.
Yes, so, but I do have Mr. Akehurst, Mr. Colgrave and Mr. Phillips. Sorry, oh, he's up there as well, with some short evidence.
Okay, so that might be what? Half an hour at most? Or
no legal submissions.
Okay, so we'll hear from Mr. Miller now in terms of the airport, and Mr. Cleary can ask him his questions, and we'll see if we have any questions, then we'll take a break, and then we'll hear from the last submitter after that. Right, Mr. Miller, so it's the normal process. Anything you wish to add at this stage? You don't need to read the evidence out, but any points you'd like to highlight for our benefit?
No, I think given time, I am happy to go straight into questions.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Your evidence does not address the respective merits of the two contours, the annual average or outer envelope.
In the context of preferring one over the other, you mean? It does not.
Is that not a material fact in the present circumstances?
Well, the issue for me, Mr. Cleary, is I think, as Ms. Appleyard has signalled, I received those updated contours, the contours dated May 2023, which are Appendix 2 to my evidence. I literally received that the day before the evidence was due to be filed.
Yes.
Short answer to that is that time simply did not allow that. Also, I don't believe that as a planner, I am necessarily placed to make a choice of one over the other, because I think it is a combination of experts that would require quite a detailed analysis around what would ultimately be the preferred contour.
And in terms of the work, you were engaged by the airport to do work in the context of the IPIs for Christchurch and Waimak. And that includes the Section 32 report you prepared for the Christchurch, which that Section 32 report originally looked at the outer envelope contour, but changed the last minute to the annual average.
I'm not entirely sure what you're saying there, but what I can say is that I drafted the Section 77K covering report for both of those local authority areas. The Section 32 analysis was prepared by another planner within our practice.
And you were the reviewer of that
I
report.
was the reviewer of that, correct.
And that report was changed at the last minute to essentially substitute the outer envelope contour for the annual average noise contour.
Well, I am struggling to actually, well, I don't believe that happened. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but I also just, again, want to reiterate something that has already been said on a couple of occasions, and that is that the Section 77K reports were drafted to assist the council in making, or councils, I say, in making a decision as to whether the airport contour should be a qualifying matter, yes or no. It wasn't drafted in such a way to prefer one contour over the other. It was prepared in order to ensure that where the MDRS provisions were incorporated into a district plan as a result of a plan change for Christchurch City or a variation for Waimakariri, that the situation would not arise that those provisions had immediate legal effect, and thus enabled the opportunity for developers to seek either certificates of compliance for intensification beneath the contour or to simply proceed with developments. Ironically, that situation didn't arise with Christchurch City because of the history of what happened with PC14 and ultimately that council's decision to introduce an additional qualifying matter in the form of a recession plan.
Okay, but have you not been aware from the outset that the outer envelope contour was in existence and it was greater than the annual average contour?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so I was thinking of asking you to produce an earlier version of your Section 32A report for the Christchurch City Council, which specifically considered the outer envelope contour, but you're not aware of that.
Well, I am struggling to recall, to be clear.
I'm not making it up, Mr. Miller.
I don't believe
that you did, your firm did undertake an analysis, Section 32 analysis of the outer envelope contour. And then at the last minute, it says final version was updated for the annual average contour.
Is that on the cover sheet? Is that a QA? Right. Okay. I think I understand.
Yeah.
So it's not in the body of the report itself. You're saying
there was in the original report there was analysis of the annual the outer envelope contour, but that essentially you just changed.
Yeah. Look,
you are a peer reviewer of this report.
Correct.
Yeah.
And what I will say is that the body of the report never considered the outer envelope.
Oh yeah. So one So sorry, what I'm saying is one version of the report considered the outer envelope, and then at the end, you just changed.
I simply don't believe that is true. I think what you're referring to is the quality assurance documentation on the front of the document, where reports are peer reviewed, and within our company, we have a QA process like most other companies, naturally. And where the reports are iterated through review processes, the description around the QA process might change. But my recollection, Mr. Cleary, is that report never changed in terms of the matters that were assessed within the body of it.
Okay, I'm not questioning your integrity, Mr. Miller, at all. I'm just simply saying that I have two versions of that document, one of which considers the outer envelope and one of which considers the annual average. The final document was the annual average.
But I thought I heard you say that there was that the outer envelope issue was not considered within the body of the report.
It was.
Well, I'll have to, because I can't.
Okay, I'm just saying that, but the final report landed on the annual average.
Well, remember that the Section 32 report is a subsection of the Section 77K report, where we made it abundantly clear that the annual average was chosen as a mechanism for determining whether a qualifying matter might be appropriate. But within that very same section of the report, we noted that our OE might very well be an option, a combination of the OE and the AA or variations thereof. So specifically, for example, in terms of the city report that you're referring to, that occurred at paragraphs 8 and 11 of the Section 77K report. So there was never an intention in that work that was done out of our office that there would be a change from one contour to another. But there was a recognition that that could happen going forward through submissions, and as Ms. Appleyard has already explained, that's actually what happened.
So in order to prevent the horse from bolting, so to speak, and given that the outer envelope contour has always had a larger footprint, then why wouldn't you complete the Section 32 analysis and 77K analysis on the basis of the outer envelope?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
I thought so.
And I think I don't want to appear to be too critical here, but in some of that early engagement that we had with the city, and to be fair with Waimakariri, there was some toxic reaction to the idea of the outer envelope being used as a qualifying matter because of its spatial extent, and that it would have been covering areas, for example, for Christchurch City, with that first version of PC 14 that went to council in August of last year and which was rejected. The outer envelope was covering areas that were identified for high density residential development. So there was some quite negative feedback from both councils on that context. So we were put in a pretty difficult position of thinking it's essential that there's a qualifying matter of some form that's put into those instruments. AA by default became the choice for that, but frankly, from an analysis perspective and from a perspective of Section 77K, it could just have easily have been the outer envelope. But I've got to reiterate, that assessment never considered the benefit of one over the other or the costs of one over the other.
For Waimak, but it did for the city.
Well, as I say, I drafted the Section 77 report. I peer reviewed the Section 32 report. I do not have a recollection of what you're saying in respect to the Section 32 report, but it was never the case with the 77K report. And now you've got me intrigued. I'm going to go back to the office and have a look.
I'll send you a copy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to ask you about the recommendation of the expert panel. I just wondering, do you agree it's a recommendation?
Well, the word
Black and white.
The word says recommendation, and that's probably all I'm prepared to say about that.
It's pretty straightforward.
It's a simple word, isn't it?
It's a simple word. And you accept that that recommendation was the annual average?
That's what the words say.
That's what the words say. And does that affect your thinking in any way?
Not particularly, because I listened to Ms. Smith and her discussion around what the memorandum was actually saying. And it doesn't quite seem to me to gel as being a recommendation of one over the other. But to be fair, that is outside my area of expertise.
Okay. You just interpret what the words say in the correspondence.
Well, the covering email says one thing, and as I've understood what Ms. Smith had to say, the memorandum might say something different. But again, and I've never.
You agree that the outer envelope, we agree, no, it's understood that it illustrates potential levels of exposure on the busiest 3 months of the year. That's correct.
That's how I understand it. Yes.
And so therefore, is your conclusion as to the effects that may arise? This is your paragraph 19.1 of your evidence.
Sorry, which paragraph?
Paragraph 19.1.
Yes.
About the effects may arise, that's not based on a community response to 12 months exposure, is it?
No, to be fair, it's a more generic response to the potential for intensification beneath the contour, and a concern that, I think I know where you're going with this line of questioning, that if the effect is not to be experienced for 30 years or 50 years
or ever,
then is that an effect? Well, a couple of things to pick apart there. The first is that I don't, as a matter of principle, I don't accept that if an effect is not to be felt within a stated period of time, that you shouldn't plan for that to not happen. And as a consequence, if you were to allow development beneath the contour in places where it should not occur, you're creating a legacy for the future. And I think Wellington is a good example of that. There was another point that I was going to make, Mr. Cleary, but I've completely forgotten what it was.
Okay, so you should plan for effects that may never happen.
Yes, and if you hear, if we listen to what Ms. Hayman had to say before, the outcome of the modelling is that the effect will occur. It's just an undefined timeline.
But it's possible that it may never occur.
Well, that's not what I've heard from Ms. Hayman.
Okay. Do you agree that the operative contour is inaccurate?
I think that is a general acceptance. You talk about the 2008 model contour, is that it may not be accurate at its boundaries.
And you agree that making a decision on the basis of inaccurate information is not sound resource management decision making, is it?
Well, we're left with the issue around the avoidance policy within the RPS.
And you say that the RPS is not necessarily fixed on a certain geographic location, but you say that you can insert the outer envelope contour into the proposed plan, and that would still give effect to the RPS.
So this is that part of my evidence that deals with the interpretation of policy 6.3. Sure. So what I'm saying there is that I have stared at that policy for a long time. It's lengthy, it's wordy, and it's full of commas. And what I've tried to determine is whether there is a direct link between map A and the 50 dBA contour. And I think there's an interpretation to say that it's not. And therefore the interpretation is noise exposure rather than a line on the plan. So if I'm correct with that, then my purpose in saying that is just to give the panel, if it so chooses, an opportunity to depart from map A.
And so they can depart either way. Is that what you say?
Yeah.
Well, they could.
Yeah,
they could.
So it's open.
If that interpretation is correct.
So it's
if it's not correct, and if I'm wrong, then the answer is no.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone? No? Anything? Sorry, Jackie, I didn't ask if you had any reads.
No, I don't.
Okay. So, Mr. Miller, does the meaning of effect as defined in section 3 of the RMA include a past, present or future effect without qualification?
Yes, it does.
It does. Looking at that diagram at the very tail end of your evidence, and my understanding is that whatever the lines end up being in the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement at some stage in the future will be subject to a Schedule 1 RMA process.
Correct.
Is it impossible to rule out the possibility that submitter input to that process with other experts, others that haven't been used to date, could result in those lines moving? Can we rule that out as a possibility?
No, I don't believe so, but it would have to be a significant body of evidence to do so, given the work that's been done by the airport's experts and by ECAN's review panel. But can you rule it out entirely? No.
And then any result of the Schedule 1 process is subject to appeal? No further questions here, Mr. Miller. Thank you. Anything you'd like to add?
No.
All right.
You waiting for this?
Right, we reconvene the hearing, and at this stage we're hearing from CSI Property Limited, Rolleston West Residential Limited, Carter Group Property Group Limited, Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited, and submissions on parts A and B of variation 1.
So I just got a memo yesterday indicating that we no longer want to cross-examine.
Yep.
If I could just speak one about the reason that Mr. Boy in relation to his Rolleston section 42A has largely, but not completely, confined himself to discussing specific rezoning. He has made a number of general comments about the SDGM 22, which I think go outside what the scope of the panel, the information the panel can take into account if it is limited to looking at those rezonings. However, to be practical about it, I understand that Mr. Foy is not the author of that, and it would be being a bit cute to ask him questions. I had filed a memorandum objecting to, what's Rodney's surname? Mr. Yeoman's evidence in Prebbleton, because I'm not in the Prebbleton hearing and I don't have the ability to cross-examine him about the wider comments he makes that relate to Rolleston. A panel pointed out to me, which I had overlooked, that the same report is actually produced in Lincoln, and I am in the Lincoln hearing. So I do have the opportunity to cross-examine him there, notwithstanding that what I want to cross-examine him on there relates to Rolleston, not Lincoln, but his report relates to Rolleston. So I wanted to just be quite transparent about it. I thought it was going to be a bit cute to ask Mr. Foy questions when he isn't really going to be able to answer them. But to be blunt about it, I am using the Lincoln hearing to cross-examine Mr. Yeoman about the matters in his report that relate to Rolleston. So just to be transparent, and I don't have the opportunity to do that at Prebbleton because I don't have a party there that I can represent. So Mr. Colgrave, Mr. Akehurst and Mr. Phillips are going to give evidence. So we'll start with Mr. Akehurst, if he is there. Are you there, Greg?
Yes, I'm here. Let me just start my...
We're just handing out your summary.
Sure.
So if I can just confirm that this evidence is without prejudice to the argument that I will be advancing at Lincoln, that much of the section 42A report that is being produced there is not relevant and is particularly not relevant to Lincoln. But we are providing this evidence here, and I will be cross-examining Mr. Yeoman on that when we get to Lincoln. So Mr. Akehurst, do you want to read out your summary?
Sure, thank you. So my full name is Gregory Michael Akehurst. I'm a founding director of market economics and have degrees in geography and economics from Auckland University.
Mr. Akehurst, you can start at your para 3. You've been before us before. So
brilliant, thank you. So in 2021 and 22, I've carried out an assessment of Selwyn's capacity for growth model results as part of evidence prepared for a number of plan changes across Selwyn. Those assessments highlighted a range of issues with the SCGM model outputs, resulting in a significant overstatement of capacity to cater for residential growth and a significant understatement of growth that was likely to occur. Those issues arose from a mix, including issues at the parcel level, the inclusion of a range of non-residential parcels into the developable parcel set, and inclusion of already developed parcels into capacity measures. At a district level, the inclusion of non-urban areas into measures of urban capacity, and model issues. And there appears to be issues with development densities adopted in the model. With the update of the model to the SCGM 22, a number of other issues appear to have emerged, and it is not clear whether the issues identified in the previous iteration have been addressed. This has been compounded by a scant methodology report released in support of Council's position on the IPI changes and as a background to the SCGM 22 itself. So first of all, just like to talk about some of the emerging issues. In my evidence in chief, I highlighted a number of potential issues with the updated SCGM 22. They're based around potential issue with land area assessment and resulting feasible, realistically realisable capacity estimates. A number of the larger parcels with significant capacity show far higher land area estimates in the SCGM 22 than the LINS parcel dataset, which is a national standard base parcel set. If these are corrected, then the capacity estimates reduce significantly. I've estimated that the medium-term overstatement in Rolleston is approximately 3,670 dwellings under these assumptions. I also note that on page 25 of the Residential Capacity and Demand IPI 2023 report, where the developers of the SCGM 22 model record key inputs into the feasibility model, there is a note outlining the profit margins used within that model. Profit margins are an important part of feasibility models as they play a large role in the final price of dwellings. The higher the profit margin required, the higher the dwelling price and the less feasible it becomes. If they are set too low, the model will show far greater numbers of properties being viable. The key influence on the profit margin that should be used is the value that banks or other finances insist a developer must achieve before they will lend the money required to develop. Banks need to see that the developers have priced in risk and have left enough to ensure that they exist to pay the money back. Therefore, for housing developments, this has traditionally been set at around 20%. For apartments and more intensive forms of accommodation where risk is higher, the values are probably closer to around 30%. It is not clear why Formative have used a separate value for land developers, 23%, and house builders, 7%, because the model is not available for review. However, if they have relied on 7% as their feasible margin, it may explain why the amount of feasible capacity has increased dramatically between model releases. At least it would have contributed to this. Combining the two values doesn't work either, because to get to a final gross profit margin of around 20% from land development and house build starting points of 23% and 7% respectively, land has to make up around 80% of the final price. For example, a $660,000 final price would be made up from $540,000 section price and about $120,000 dwelling. This is not feasible or realistic. So the degree to which this occurs overstates feasible capacity and undermines the SCGM 22. And just to summarise the existing issues, which I don't appear to have been addressed. I note that Mr. Mark Brown in his evidence in chief has been through a reasonably comprehensive parcel assessment of the SCGM 22 and has identified a number of issues that I highlighted in my EIC about the earlier version of the SCGM remain. Mr. Brown has identified continuing issues with densities applied at the parcel level, which would lead to significant overstatement of capacity. In addition, Mr. Brown identifies that a number of parcels are already developed, yet remain in the model's measure of available capacity. This will lead to an overstatement. And finally, Mr. Brown identifies that a number of non-residential parcels still remain as capacity within the model. These include council reserves, recreation, utility and access reserves, and a primary school. Given these issues were identified by a number of experts in the original plan change series, and they still exist, means that the level of cross-checking and peer review of the modelling process has failed. This, combined with the lack of an ability to review the operation of the model, means that developers can have little confidence in its outputs and conclusions that councils may draw from it when making decisions about residential capacity related zoning requests and plan changes, including in Rolleston. Happy to answer any questions.
Starkis, I'm just wondering how your evidence relates to the submission from CSI and RWRL, which we now have before us, which is to rezone 9 hectares of land located between Brookside Road and Burnham School Road from LLRZ to MRZ.
So the degree to which council may state that the additional capacity that would provide is not needed, I don't think it can be relied upon, given that I think there are some reasonably significant issues with the capacity modelling that council are using. So in the model in the short term for Rolleston identifies that there will be a shortfall, in the medium term, that there is a shortfall of capacity when capacity is compared with demand. If the model is overstating capacity, then that shortfall is significantly larger than has been identified. And therefore, council should be engaging with developers to identify other opportunities that may not have been foreseen to bring them on board sooner.
So, Ms. Appleyard, is CSI and RWRL still seeking the rezoning of that block of 9 hectares of LLRZ to MRZ?
Yes.
Just a minute, wait for the next question. Ms. Lou's recommended rejecting that based on reverse sensitivity effects on important infrastructure, safe and efficient operation of the local transport network, efficient use of infrastructure and integrating with the surrounding environment. So issues that go way beyond economic matters.
Yes. We accept you don't have the evidence to deal with those other matters, but we do maintain our submission. I'm just getting Ms. Forrester to check. We also have another submission, and I'm not sure which name it is, supporting a rezoning the Hughes block. And that was another rezoning that we don't own that property either. So there were 2 potential rezonings that we supported.
All right, but no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Akers.
Thank you.
Mr. Colgrave.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Grave, you've appeared before us a number of times before, so you can start at para 3 of your summary if you like.
Thank you, sir. My evidence showed that Selwyn is the fastest growing area in New Zealand, and that official projections that were recently produced show that growth will be even higher than previously expected. While the latest capacity assessment for Rolleston via the SCGM 22 already reveals a pending shortfall over the short to medium term, I consider that to significantly understate the true extent of the problem. This is because the SCGM 22's estimates of feasibility in Rolleston and the rest of the district are deeply flawed. There are several issues, but the most serious are that it, 1, is based on cost and price data that is now about 2 years old. Since then, construction costs are up almost 30%, sales prices are down markedly, and interest rates have skyrocketed. Collectively, these recent changes destroy project viability, but they are not captured in the SCGM 22. In addition, the model miscalculates infill capacity by failing to properly account for the size, shape, value, and location of existing dwellings, sheds, driveways, swimming pools, and so on. Third, it fails to assess sufficiency across different price bands, and therefore does not consider the affordability or otherwise of its theoretical capacity estimates. It also assumes that very large greenfield areas will be fully developed with occupied dwellings in the next 10 years, and therefore overlooks the very long lead times associated with such processes. Next, it adopts implausible assumptions, such as a 6.6% development margin for house builders, which causes the model to systematically overstate feasible capacity. I'm not the only expert that continues to raise serious concerns about the model and the council's reliance on it, however. For example, Mark Brown, in his evidence in chief for this hearing, has identified numerous fundamental errors with the model, particularly as it relates to Rolleston, which overstate capacity by at least 1,300 dwellings. Similarly, you've just heard from Mr. Akehurst that he has also identified a range of limitations and errors. I agree with the findings of Mr. Akehurst and Mr. Brown, and overall, I consider the SGM 22 to be an inappropriate and wholly unreliable basis for decision making. Finally, while I agree with the Section 42A report's recommendation to rezone land in Rolleston, I also categorically reject the Section 42A report's reliance on the SCGM 22.
Thank you. See if you have any questions for you, Raymond.
No, thanks.
Yeah, Lindsay. So, Mr. Colgrave, in previous hearings where you presented economic evidence, you've given us information on the number of lots that the rezoning request would yield. In this case, rezoning 9 hectares of large lot residential to medium to MRZ, how many lots would that yield?
At 15 hectares, so it's 135.
Sorry, it's 9 hectares.
Yeah, sorry, and at 15 dwellings a hectare, that's 135 dwellings.
Okay. And not a question, but I just found your evidence interesting and helpful. And I noted at your paragraph 61, your table 1, and then your 62, you gave some information on what I might call relatively recent new builds.
Yes.
And I found the last sentence of paragraph 62 quite interesting in terms of issues that have been raised by other submitters, namely Kainga Ora. And when you're saying here that with an average building life of 50 years, most of these will not be redeveloped over the longer term.
Correct.
And I understood that to mean that even with the imposition of the MDRS, that's not likely to have a significant impact on the existing built areas within Rolleston, Lincoln and Prebbleton. Is that the message we should take from there?
Yeah, that's right. I guess what we're saying is that to accommodate this extreme growth that everyone is predicting, we won't get it through intensification of Rolleston. We'll get it through adding more land and developing that as effectively and intensely as we can. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Supporting the Hughes rezoning, and I just wondered, I just haven't made that clear that this evidence is for that rezoning as well. So I did wonder whether the questions you just put about the 9 hectares.
So is that the Hughes that we heard this morning?
So it's our submission, Carter Group property B.01.0103. Is that right?
That's correct. My analysis starts at page 47 of the Section 42A report.
So just to clarify which Hughes one is that Hughes 0116 submission point 001?
It's the land subject to PC 70, and I just can't get on to and the submission is in the name of Carter Group B1. So Ms. Lewis might be able to help us with that.
So is that a submission, a further submission and support?
Yeah, that's an original submission and support. We had expected the landowner would probably lodge his own submission, so
we heard from Hughes this morning.
Right, well, I was
So is that the same?
There were 2 submissions in respective land that we know collectively as PC 70. Those submissions were one by council and one by the Carter Group. There was no submission from Hughes. There was no further submission from Hughes. Hughes is the developer of that land, which we know is PC 70, as I say, but they did not submit to seek rezoning of that.
And we had expected at the time we put our submission in, and probably the council put its submission in, or expected that the developer probably would. So both the council and Carter Group lodged an original submission supporting rezoning of that land. So I just wanted to make it clear that this evidence isn't related only to the L2.
Yeah, so that's PC 70 that's now subject to the fast track consenting process, which will run its course.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Yep. So thank you, Mr. Colgrave. I've asked you if you have any questions.
Yes, you have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Phillips.
Good afternoon.
Doesn't have a summary, so it's just a matter of whether there are any questions. I don't think you've got a summary, have you, Jeremy?
No, I mean, the purpose of my evidence was really just to, in light of Mr. Colgrave's and Mr. Akehurst's evidence, to endorse the overall conclusions of the officer's report around providing additional capacity to the extent they've recommended rezoning. It doesn't engage on those particular parcels of land that were in that primary submission. So there's paragraph 11 pretty much summarises my evidence.
Right, see if we have questions, Rowan.
No, no, thanks.
No, thank you.
No questions, so Mr. Phillips, your evidence is very brief, 200 pages long. As you say, you don't address the specific rezoning request that's currently in front of us relating to that 9 hectares of land, so no further questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's that.
That's it, other than there's also the Carter Group one, but I probably don't need to deal with that. I've just, yeah.
Okay. And the submission on PCV1, which is part B.
I just, yeah, I don't know what that is. I can't get on there to find out what it is.
Okay, but there's nothing that you had in mind. Nothing that you had in mind to talk to us about in that regard?
I'm just not sure what it actually is.
We have no submissions in relation to
We have no submissions.
Okay. Right, just
That may be
checking.
an error on the hearing schedule.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. That brings us to the conclusion of the hearing for today. And we reconvene at 9 AM and we hear from Food Stuffs.